curb their personalities and achieve awareness of the truth. Humanity should be more diligent and more intelligent in achieving its true goal and fulfilling its karmic obligations. When people everywhere establish a connection with the keepers of the plant and their minds and brains are illuminated with the light of intuition, soul, and universal mind. When they can prepare themselves to consciously respond to regular impulses that cyclically emanate from the inner side of life, then there will be a steady alignment between life and form and the rapid improvement of the state of the world. It is interesting to note that the first result of the response of the more advanced sons of men to the formulas deciphered and transmitted by the knowers will be the establishment of correct relationships between the four kingdoms of nature, as well as between units and groups in the human family. A step in this direction is already being taken. The relationship between the four spheres of activity, which we call human, animal, vegetable, and mineral, is still poorly regulated, because for the time being, the energy of matter is the governing factor. In the human kingdom, the action of this energy is manifested in what we call selfishness. In the animal kingdom, it manifests itself in what is called cruelty, although one cannot criticize those who do not have a sense of responsibility other than instinctive temporary parental responsibility. In the vegetable kingdom, this unsettledness expresses itself, during the present planetary period of misapplication, as disease. Are still poorly regulated, because for the time being the energy of matter is the governing factor. In the human kingdom, the action of this energy is manifested in what we call selfishness. In the animal kingdom, it manifests itself in what is called cruelty, although one cannot criticize those who do not have a sense of responsibility other than instinctive temporary parental responsibility. In the vegetable kingdom, this unsettledness expresses itself, during the present planetary period of misapplication, as disease. Are still poorly regulated, because for the time being the energy of matter is the governing factor. In the human kingdom, the action of this energy is manifested in what we call selfishness. In the animal kingdom, it manifests itself in what is called cruelty, although one cannot criticize those who do not have a sense of responsibility other than instinctive temporary parental responsibility. In the vegetable kingdom, this unsettledness expresses itself, during the present planetary period of misapplication, as disease. Apart from instinctive temporary parental responsibility. In the vegetable kingdom, this unsettledness expresses itself, during the present planetary period of misapplication, as disease. Apart from instinctive temporary parental responsibility. In the vegetable kingdom, this unsettledness expresses itself, during the present planetary period of misapplication, as disease. 462. Does this surprise you? Most diseases have their roots in unsettled and misdirected forces in the vegetable kingdom, then they hit the animal and mineral kingdoms, and then the human. Until then, when this will be clearly demonstrated, it is still very far, but when this state is understood, it is on this kingdom of nature that the attention of researchers will have to focus, and the problem of eradicating diseases will ultimately be solved. 2. Speak words that tell them what to do and where to deliver it. In connection with this rule, remember that it is valid only if the worker with the law has established a connection with the inner reality within himself, with the soul. It is important that through him, when he is in full, awake consciousness, the soul acts. It is the soul that utters the words. It is the soul that utters the mystical phrase, but the soul as a manager, as the ruler of the mechanism, the apparatus of form. Control is only possible if alignment is achieved between the brain, mind, and soul. Again, it must be remembered that this rule, expressing the essence of creative work, applies to any creative process, both macrocosmic and microcosmic, whether we are dealing with God as the creator of the solar system, with the soul as the creator of the human mechanism, or with man, who is trying to master the technique of magical work and become a creator of forms in his own small sphere. Everyone needs to recognize the true meaning of this rule, since God works according to the law of his being, and this law manifests itself for us in the form of the laws of nature. 463. The phrase under consideration just expresses the ideas of orderly activity and a conscious striving for a goal. The builder of any form is, first of all, the one who controls the lives and destinies of certain entities. This thought sheds light on the subject of free will and on the law of cause and effect. We must not forget, however, that the mystery of the reasons is hidden in the previous universes. All of them at one time were forms inhabited by God. For us there can be no such thing as a pure cause, we can only work out the main consequences. Just as such a reality as pure reason is absolutely incomprehensible and inaccessible to us, so it is with a pure cause. They appeared before our solar system, and therefore speculation on their topic will lead to nothing but the development of the mental apparatus. The current solar system is a system of effects, which, in turn, give rise to causes. Only the human race and only those human beings who consciously use the power of the mind produce any causes whatsoever. Any causes generated by this or that mind, functioning consciously and thinking clearly, characterize the thinker. This is the basic statement of the occult sciences. Our solar system is a thought form, and one that has a real existence exactly as long as thought continues to exist. All that is part of the stream of ideas emanating from the divine thinker. All thoughts are part of the divine flow. The masses of people do not think, and therefore do not produce causes which, in due course, inevitably give rise to effects. Give rise to reasons. Only the human race and only those human beings who consciously use the power of the mind produce any causes whatsoever. Any causes generated by this or that mind, functioning consciously and thinking clearly, characterize the thinker. This is the basic statement of the occult sciences. Our solar system is a thought form, and one that has a real existence exactly as long as thought continues to exist. All that is part of the stream of ideas emanating from the divine thinker. All thoughts are part of the divine flow. The masses of people do not think, and therefore do not produce causes which, in due course, inevitably give rise to effects. Give rise to reasons. Only the human race and only those human beings who consciously use the power of the mind produce any causes whatsoever. Any causes generated by this or that mind, functioning consciously and thinking clearly, characterize the thinker. This is the basic statement of the occult sciences. Our solar system is a thought form, and one that has a real existence exactly as long as thought continues to exist. All that is part of the stream of ideas emanating from the divine thinker. All thoughts are part of the divine flow. The masses of people do not think, and therefore do not produce causes which, in due course, inevitably give rise to effects. Produce any reason whatsoever. Any causes generated by this or that mind, functioning consciously and thinking clearly, characterize the thinker. This is the basic statement of the occult sciences. Our solar system is a thought form, and one that has a real existence exactly as long as thought continues to exist. All that is part of the stream of ideas emanating from the divine thinker. All thoughts are part of the divine flow. The masses of people do not think, and therefore do not produce causes which, in due course, inevitably give rise to effects. Produce any reason whatsoever. Any causes generated by this or that mind, functioning consciously and thinking clearly, characterize the thinker. This is the basic statement of the occult sciences. Our solar system is a thought form, and one that has a real existence exactly as long as thought continues to exist. All that is part of the stream of ideas emanating from the divine thinker. All thoughts are part of the divine flow. The masses of people do not think, and therefore do not produce causes which, in due course, inevitably give rise to effects. Our solar system is a thought form, and one that has a real existence exactly as long as thought continues to exist. All that is part of the stream of ideas emanating from the divine thinker. All thoughts are part of the divine flow. The masses of people do not think, and therefore do not produce causes which, in due course, inevitably give rise to effects. Our solar system is a thought form, and one that has a real existence exactly as long as thought continues to exist. All that is part of the stream of ideas emanating from the divine thinker. All thoughts are part of the divine flow. The masses of people do not think, and therefore do not produce causes which, in due course, inevitably give rise to effects. 464. You ask, is there then truth in the fact that, as many modern occult books assert, the general direction of life or the cycle of lives certainly determines the future, and that the causes generated in one life are worked out as effects in another? When lives are focused on the physical plane and emotions dominate in them, then not one specific life sets the tone, but a group of lives interacting with each other at the same time, predetermines the future in one direction or another. This is always true for all human beings of a certain level of development of consciousness. When they are governed by mass ideas, thoughtlessly succumb to the influence of traditions and public opinion, are absorbed in selfish interests and do not create conditions for themselves, but are drawn forward by the wave of evolution. It is the form of group activity, groups consisting of those who is controlled by the vibrations of the physical and astral forms, generates those properties and tendencies that cause any specific situation and environmental conditions. Understanding this reveals the secret of racial and national karma and conditions. In such groups, the ordinary feeling and traditionally acting person gets bogged down, and he must find his way from there with the help of the mind, developing and using it. Instinct must give way to intelligence. In the course of the cycles of lives, groups of souls incarnate under the attraction of material forms to which they are attracted. These attracting energies were previously used by the soul, but eventually ceased to be used and dissipated. It is the power of form in the first case that draws the soul into embodiment, since in the first half of the evolutionary process, matter is the dominant factor, highly organized in the previous solar system. Later, as we know, the spirit climbs onto the shoulders of matter. The massive interaction of spirit and matter is now so powerful that one of the main experiences experienced by the soul is reaching the stage when the attraction of matter begins to weaken and the soul learns to withdraw. This is the experience that humanity is currently going through, also a group activity, but at a higher turn of the spiral. 465. Broad generalizations, believe me, are more accurate than detailed. Sometimes erroneous information about the rules governing dressing up and discarding it, set forth in most of the empty literature we have, but even such generalizations should be considered with a great deal of doubt. All that can be asserted is that, according to the law of cause and effect, spirit and matter united, and worlds were formed. According to the same law, forms were created and became material expressions of the striving for life. They were brought into and out of manifestation in accordance with the rhythmic cyclical beats initiated in even earlier solar systems than the one immediately preceding ours. Groups of forms appeared and disappeared, governed almost exclusively by their group community and vibration. So life progressed through the elemental. 466. In the lower human stages and the stage of animal man, the same group activity dominates, but, as in the involutionary kingdoms, the groups become smaller and smaller as the individual units attain, one after another, the status of truly self-conscious individuals and begin to work like souls. Then they not only become creators, capable of being independent and possessing the ability for clear thinking and accurate visualization, but also demonstrate their unfolded ability to create, or the ability of creative imagination. Life after life they become more and more independent, more and more developing and using the personality, then they begin to search for their subjective group, which, ultimately, takes the place of external material groups in their minds. Thus, it is found that in the group with which they are subjectively connected are those who worked with them at an early, mass stage. In this way, they work closely with those who have been closest to them and have been associated with them over an enormous life cycle. There are certain descriptions of these stages in the occult archives. They are impressive and enlightening, and of course they are symbolic. You will be interested to know some of these ancient esoteric sayings, setting out 3 types of information, namely, the name of the stage, its esoteric coloring and its symbol. I want to emphasize, however, that this intriguing message, which I sometimes give, and which some students seem to regard as extremely important, is of far less importance than a call to be kind, to speak meek and wise words, and to be selfless. Information of an occult nature is read and taken into account, well-known truths are overlooked and ignored. We who work with aspirants often smile when confronted with the stupidity and foolishness of those we teach. Tell the student, persistently practice the law of kindness and mercy, and he will answer that yes, he will try. However, he is sick of the very fame of this prescription, and it is considered, at best, as a banality, from which there is no escape. Tell your student that I will give you some occult phrases or some information about the great ones, and with passion, excitement, arrogant complacency and joyful curiosity, he will prepare for such an important revelation. However, it is the first instruction that communicates occult information, emphasizing the law, which, if properly observed, leads to deliverance and liberation. The latter refers to the phenomena, the knowledge of which does not lead the weary wanderer to the heavenly gates. Some of you have to remind this. However, the very fame of this prescription disgusts him, and it is considered, at best, as a banality from which there is no escape. Tell your student that I will give you some occult phrases or some information about the great ones, and with passion, excitement, arrogant complacency and joyful curiosity, he will prepare for such an important revelation. However, it is the first instruction that communicates occult information, emphasizing the law, which, if properly observed, leads to deliverance and liberation. The latter refers to the phenomena, the knowledge of which does not lead the weary wanderer to the heavenly gates. Some of you have to remind this. However, the very fame of this prescription disgusts him, and it is considered, at best, as a banality from which there is no escape. Tell your student that I will give you some occult phrases or some information about the great ones, and with passion, excitement, arrogant complacency and joyful curiosity, he will prepare for such an important revelation. However, it is the first instruction that communicates occult information, emphasizing the law, which, if properly observed, leads to deliverance and liberation. The latter refers to the phenomena, the knowledge of which does not lead the weary wanderer to the heavenly gates. Some of you have to remind this. I will give you some occult phrases or some information about the great ones, and with passion, excitement, arrogant self-righteousness and joyful curiosity, he will prepare for such an important revelation. However, it is the first instruction that communicates occult information, emphasizing the law, which, if properly observed, leads to deliverance and liberation. The latter refers to the phenomena, the knowledge of which does not lead the weary wanderer to the heavenly gates. Some of you have to remind this. I will give you some occult phrases or some information about the great ones, and with passion, excitement, arrogant self-righteousness and joyful curiosity, he will prepare for such an important revelation. However, it is the first instruction that communicates occult information, emphasizing the law, which, if properly observed, leads to deliverance and liberation. The latter refers to the phenomena, the knowledge of which does not lead the weary wanderer to the heavenly gates. Some of you have to remind this. Which, if properly observed, results in deliverance and deliverance. The latter refers to the phenomena, the knowledge of which does not lead the weary wanderer to the heavenly gates. Some of you have to remind this. Which, if properly observed, results in deliverance and deliverance. The latter refers to the phenomena, the knowledge of which does not lead the weary wanderer to the heavenly gates. Some of you have to remind this. 467. The stages preceding the human are omitted in these descriptions, since none of those who will read these words has a development sufficient to comprehend their inner meaning. Therefore, we will start from the stage of the human kingdom. Stage I. Life has climbed a long ladder through the daily use of form. In the lesser three, a long way is slowly covered. Another door opened. The words are heard, get on the path of true desire. Life, knowing itself only as a form, plunges into bright red, the color of conscious desire, and thanks to red, all passionately desired forms approach, grasp and hold, are used and discarded until red turns into pink, pink, into pale pink and pale pink to white. And then the pure white rose of life blooms. 468. A tiny rose of living life is visible in the bud, it is not yet fully blooming flower. Stage 2. The picture is changing. Another voice, sounding somewhere very close, says another phrase. Life goes on. Go out to the field where the kids are playing and join them in the game. Awaken to the game of life. The soul crosses the gates. The field is green, and on its wide expanse many forms of one moving life are frolicking. They are intertwined in the dance of life. God assumes many forms. The soul enters the Lord's playground and plays there until it sees a star with 5 sparkling ends and says, "My star." A star is only a point of light, not yet a radiant sun. Stage 3. The path of red desire falls short of expectations. It loses its charm. The playground of the sons of God no longer attracts. A voice that has sounded twice from the world of forms is now heard in the heart. The challenge comes, prove your worth. Take for yourself the orange ball of your one-pointed determination. Responding to a sounding word, a living soul immersed in form stands out from many forms, paving the way forward. It is the turn of the destroyer, the builder, and again the destroyer of forms. The breakable forms are not satisfying. The soul's own form now becomes a great desire, and thus the entrance to the playground of the mind opens. However, these dreams and fantasies are sometimes illuminated by a vision of an unopened lotus flower with closed petals, tightly sealed, not yet fragrance, but bathed in cold blue light. 469. Orange and blue will merge sometime in a distant time, but still very far away. Their merger will wash the bud with light and cause it to open. Let the light shine. Stage 4. Life enters into darkness. As if another voice is heard, enter the cave and find your way, walk in the dark, carrying a burning lamp on your head. The cave is dark and deserted, it is cold and filled with sounds and voices. The voices of the many sons of God left to play in the Lord's playground are calling out to the light. The cave is long and narrow. The air is dense with fog. The splash of running water mingles with the howling of the wind and frequent thunder. Far, far away, very vaguely and indistinctly, an oval hole of blue color is seen. Across this blue space is a pink cross, in the center of the cross, where the 4 rays meet, a rose. At the top, a sparkling diamond shines within a 5-pointed star. The living soul strives to the cross, which blocks its path to a life that is open and recognized. The soul has not yet ascended to the cross, and therefore it has not yet been overcome. But she is moving forward, her gaze is fixed on the cross, her hearing sharply perceives the groans and cries of all fraternal souls. Stage V. Forward to radiant life and light. The cave was left behind, the cross is overturned, the path is clear. The word sounds distinctly in the head, not in the heart. Enter the Lord's playground again, and this time lead the games. The way to the second flight of stairs is blocked, the soul itself did it. Red desire no longer rules all life, but a clear blue flame now burns. At the bottom rung of the blocked path, the soul turns back and descends the stairs to the playground, encountering the dead shells built at an early stage, stepping over discarded, broken forms, and reaching out helping hands. The bird of peace sits on her shoulder, on her feet are the sandals of the messenger. 470. Not yet the highest glory of the radiant life. Not yet entry into the eternal world. But there is still work, still the rise of these little ones. Here, in symbolic form, we are presented with pictures of human life and progress, pictures of life in form and growth thanks to the process of creation that characterizes creative work. This is just a bold translation of a few mantric phrases and a few basic symbols, and should only be seen as denoting a process, veiled and laid out in a way that only those who know can understand. Esotericists will understand that these 5 stages cover the life period of each form, be it a cosmic, planetary, or human creator. Each form is lined up by the stimulating spark of life emanated from the creator and growing stage by stage according to the law of increment, an aspect of the law of attraction that is the law of life. This law works together with the law of cause and effect, which is known to be the law governing matter. Cause, attraction, or desire, increment and effect, these 4 words govern the construction of any thought form. When such a thought form becomes a complete entity, it is a result obtained by increment due to the power of the organizing cause. Race is so advanced that we think of results in terms of quality rather than in terms of matter. For us, a thought form exists with the aim of producing a result. The meaning of the existence of all forms, as we begin to understand, is to express a certain subjective quality that will give us a key to the goal of the Creator. Think about these words. That is why we read in Rule 11 that the purpose of the spoken word is to tell the form-forming lives what to do and where to deliver what has been done. Here is the idea of intent, activity, and purpose. 471. There is no need for me to add information to the vast body of literature already available, or to emphasize the significance of design for thought forms such as the solar system, planet, the natural kingdom, or the human being. In some aspects, this subjective trinity, design, activity, and purpose, is well known. In others it is too lofty and incomprehensible a subject to discuss in these instructions, getting lost in speculation. The goal has long tried to interpret religion. Scientists are now trying to figure out the aspect of activity, and the most advanced thinkers and philosophers are constantly thinking about the will of God and making assumptions. Only when a person submits himself to the discipline of his own spiritual will and controls the activity of lives as part of his formal nature, thereby orienting himself towards the goal. However, we can consider those thought forms that a person begins to create, as he learns to think every day, for this is the first lesson to be learned in magical work. The creator in mental matter must A. Learn to build consciously. B. Communicate with the correct speech and impulse that will revive the built thought form and allow it to convey the conceived idea. C. Send out your thought form, precisely focused on the goal and so precisely directed that it manages to reach the intended object and fulfill the plan of the one who sent it. 472. The need for clear thinking and the uprooting of idle, destructive, and negative thoughts becomes more and more evident as the aspirant progresses on the path. As the power of the mind increases and a person's thinking becomes more and more different from mass thinking, he inevitably begins to build the mental substance into form. At first it happens automatically, unconsciously. Man is unable to prevent this, but, fortunately for the race, constructed forms are so weak that they are mostly harmless or so similar to mass thoughts that their effect is quite insignificant. However, as a person increases his power, his ability to harm or help increases, and if he does not learn how to correctly build thought forms and correctly motivate what is built. Assuming all this, you may reasonably ask, are there any simple rules that a serious, sincere beginner could apply in the science of thought form building, and which are so clear and precise that they will provide the desired result? Yes, there are, and I will just list them so that the beginner, if he follows them, can avoid the dangers of black magic and learn to build in accordance with the plan. If he follows the rules outlined, then he will eliminate the tangled problem that he himself blindly created and which really obscures the light of day for him, darkens his world and imprisons him in a dungeon formed by forms that embody his own great illusion for him. The rules may sound too simple for an aspirant who already has some knowledge, but for those who are ready to become like little children, they will prove to be a reliable guide to the truth and ultimately allow the adept to pass the tests. Some of them are set forth in symbolic form, others are out of necessity encrypted, while others express the truth as it is. 473. 1. Observe the world of thought and distinguish false from true. 2. Assimilate the meaning of the illusion and draw the golden thread of truth in the middle of it. 3. Control the body of emotions, for the waves surging on the stormy seas of life absorb the swimmer, block the sun and make all plans vain. 4. Discover that you have a mind and learn to use it in 2 ways. 5. Learn to focus your thinking principle and become the master of your mental world. 6. Realize that the thinker, his thought, and that which is the means of thinking are different in nature, but they are one in the ultimate reality. 7. Act like a thinker and understand that you cannot prostitute your thinking in order to satisfy a separating desire. 8. The energy of thought is for the good of all and for carrying out God's plan. Therefore, Do not use it to achieve your selfish goals. 9. Before constructing a thought form, visualize the plan, set a goal and check the motive. 10. For you, striving along the path of life, the technique of conscious building is not yet available. The conscious alignment of thought forms must be preceded by the purification of the atmosphere of thinking. It is necessary to make thinking immune to vibrations of hatred, pain, fear, suspicion, and base desires. Watch the purity of your aura, a wanderer along the way. 11. Watch carefully the gate of thinking. Guard desire. Eliminate all fear, all hatred, and greed. Look out and up. 474. 12. Since your life is centered mainly on the plane of a particular life, your words and speech bring out your thought. Pay close attention to them. 13. There are 3 types of speech. Any idle words cause a consequence. If they are just kind and good, they are redundant. Otherwise, the reckoning will not be postponed for long. Selfish words, spoken with firm intention, build a dividing wall. It will take a long time to break down this wall and dispel the accumulation of selfish designs. Watch your motive, try to use words that connect your small life with the broader design of God's will. Words of hatred, cruel speech that cripples those who perceive its spell, poisonous gossip spread because it intrigues. Such words extinguish the flickering impulses of the soul, cut the roots of life and bring death. If they are spoken in the light of day, they cause just punishment. When, after they have been said, they are recognized as a lie, they consolidate the illusory world in which the speaker lives and delay his release. If spoken with the intention of wounding, or killing, they return to the sender and wound or kill him. 14. An idle thought, an egoistic thought, a cruel thought full of hatred, when clothed in words, build a prison, poison the streams of life, lead to disease and cause trouble and loss of time. Therefore, be as gentle, kind, and meek as you can. Remain silent and the light will enter. 15. Don't talk about yourself. Don't complain about fate. Thoughts about yourself and your low destiny prevent the inner voice of your own soul from reaching your ears. Talk about the soul, think about the plan, forget yourself building for the world. Thus the law of form will be redeemed. This is how love can begin to rule in this world. 475. These simple rules will lay the right foundation for magical work and will make the mental body so pure and powerful that the right motive will govern and the real work of building will be possible. Many of the implications of these rules must remain theoretical and will be viewed as controversial until the time comes when the real magical work of forming thought forms becomes ubiquitous. The formula, as we have seen, will remain unknown to anyone for many centuries, except for the members of the hierarchy of adepts. Guide word sit is possible to find out, but only to those who work consciously under the guidance of their own soul and who, thanks to mental control, turning into deep meditation, can manipulate the matter of thought and become a knowing creator. They can utter the prompting words that lead to being those new forms and organisms, those expressions of ideas and those organizations that live their life cycle, serve their purpose and finally come to their timely, predetermined end. These creators are leaders and organizers, mentors, and leaders at all stages of human existence. Their sound is carried throughout the earth, and their note is recognized throughout the world. Hundreds of such names are easy to remember and quickly come to mind. They live in the memory of the masses, and what lives on is the sound of their accomplishments, be they good or bad. The sentence we must consider describes a universal function, even if it is performed for the most part unconsciously. The words that we will analyze are as follows. 476. 3. Finally, say a mystical phrase that will save him from their effects. So, at the end of the magical work of creation, a phrase must be uttered that ensures salvation, the liberation of a double kind, the liberation of the creative agent from the form he created and the release of this form from the control of the one who caused it to exist. Obviously, the importance of speech for the implementation of ideas is already to some extent understood. and that speech as a method is now the main factor in launching an idea. Notice how any inventions, which are nothing more or less embodied concepts, come to an exoteric existence on the physical plane thanks to the power of the spoken word. Think also of the occult meaning of any conference, meeting, consultation, and discussion intended to release an idea or series of ideas into a sea of public urgency. Is it not possible that in the activities of advertising agencies and in the constant training of sellers to use the right words as a means of establishing contact with people in order to sell an idea, we have the first distorted examples of the emanations of those mystical phrases? The formation of public opinion, the use of catchy words and slogans, the tendency to clothe the concepts of campaigners in familiar and apt phrases are part of the growing awareness of magical work. All these methods are applied blindly, without proper understanding. They form part of this emerging activity of humanity, which is on the verge of real creative work, the principles of which are not yet understood and scientifically applied. But they show the way, and as a result of simplifications that mark a return to synthesis, we will witness people stop using speech and move on to using simpler forms. Motivated by evolution, we began to use creative sound, word, and speech. The latter, in turn, differentiated into words, phrases, sentences, paragraphs, books, and now we live in an era when differentiation has reached the limit. And we speak and hear speech at any hour of the day or night, in an attempt to shape public opinion and introduce certain ideas and concepts into the public consciousness. Tribunes are used for speaking to the public, radio, which can be heard by all classes and races of humanity. Books are published in literally millions, all of which play a part in the same immense work, and both methods of communication are so far often prostituted in the name of the selfish and ambitious goals of those who speak and write. Nevertheless, there are several true creators who are trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate. And we speak and hear speech at any hour of the day or night, in an attempt to shape public opinion and introduce certain ideas and concepts into the public consciousness. Tribunes are used for speaking to the public, radio, which can be heard by all classes and races of humanity. Books are published in literally millions, all of which play a part in the same immense work, and both methods of communication are so far often prostituted in the name of the selfish and ambitious goals of those who speak and write. Nevertheless, there are several true creators who are trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate. And we speak and hear speech at any hour of the day or night, in an attempt to shape public opinion and introduce certain ideas and concepts into the public consciousness. Tribunes are used for speaking to the public, radio, which can be heard by all classes and races of humanity. Books are published in literally millions, all of which play a part in the same immense work, and both methods of communication are so far often prostituted in the name of the selfish and ambitious goals of those who speak and write. Nevertheless, there are several true creators who are trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate. In an attempt to shape public opinion and introduce certain ideas and concepts into the public consciousness, tribunes are used for speaking to the public, radio, which can be heard by all classes and races of humanity. Books are published in literally millions, all of which play a part in the same immense work, and both methods of communication are so far often prostituted in the name of the selfish and ambitious goals of those who speak and write. Nevertheless, there are several true creators who are trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate. In an attempt to shape public opinion and introduce certain ideas and concepts into the public consciousness, tribunes are used for speaking to the public, radio, which can be heard by all classes and races of humanity. Books are published in literally millions, all of which play a part in the same immense work, and both methods of communication are so far often prostituted in the name of the selfish and ambitious goals of those who speak and write. Nevertheless, there are several true creators who are trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate, which can be heard by all classes and races of humanity. Books are published in literally millions, all of which play a part in the same enormous work, and both methods of communication are so far often prostituted in the name of the selfish and ambitious goals of those who speak and write. Nevertheless, there are several true creators who are trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate, which can be heard by all classes and races of humanity. Books are published in literally millions, all of which play a part in the same immense work, and both methods of communication are so far often prostituted in the name of the selfish and ambitious goals of those who speak and write. Nevertheless, there are several true creators who are trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate, trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate, trying to make their sound audible, to pronounce those mystical words that will open up the opportunity for humanity to see the vision. In this way, finally, the clouds of thought forms, which are now obscuring the clear light of God, will dissipate. 477. This subject is too extensive to be analyzed in this treatise. I only want to present considerations that will give the thinking reader an idea of the tremendous progress that is taking place in magical work. In this way he will be able to move forward with optimism, knowing that everything has gone well so far as the person has progressed in his knowledge. From the current chaos of speeches and words, lectures, and books, several clear concepts will certainly stand out that will resonate in people's hearts. Thus, a person will be shown the road to the new age, in which conversations will subside and books will lose their meaning, since the lines of subjective communication will open. People will find that noise acts as a hindrance to telepathic communication. The written word will also be unnecessary, since people will use light and color symbols to supplement with the help of sight information perceived by subjective hearing. To make the truth as simple as possible, it should be stated that thanks to the development of language, it has become possible to express nuance. Ideas can now take shape and go through their cycle of activity. However, such a method is as unsatisfactory in the field of knowledge as an ancient tallow candle is insufficient for illumination. Electric light drove it out, and someday real telepathic communication and vision will replace speech and writing. 478. If we transfer the same concepts to the area of real esoteric work, then we have a worker in the matter of thought, building his own thought form and enclosing life, who express his idea and respond to it, in a ring pass knot. The latter continues to exist as long as the attention of the mind and, consequently, the animating energy of the worker is directed to it. The worker utters words that allow his thought form to do its job, to fulfill the mission for which it was designed, to carry out the plan for the fulfillment of which it was created. Everything that has been said so far about the words used in creative work refers to the sacred word Aum 7 times. The latter, being correctly used by the soul on the mental plane, animates and stimulates all thought forms, leading to success. It is interesting to note that in Atlantic times the word Tao was used, which was pronounced sharply and so strongly that in this way the energized and accelerated thought forms inevitably behaved like a boomerang, returning to the one who sent them. The word Tao in its symbolic form was also a symbol of reincarnation. It is the desire to have form that leads to the use of form and causes a constant cyclical rebirth in form. The constant use of Tao eventually led to a flood that destroyed the ancient Atlantic civilization. The few people who were using Aum at the time were not powerful enough to resist the power of desire. The mind bodies of the race were not yet able to respond to this new creative sound. Humanity was still seized by passions and desires to such an extent that the combined desire to possess and enjoy the form esoterically plunged people into the waters. The craving for form still compels humanity into a constant process of rebirth. This will be the case until the influence of Tao dies out and the sound of Aum begins to dominate. The influence of Tao is already waning. Aum is gaining power and will become the dominant factor. The sound Aum will eventually be replaced by the word of the soul, and Aum, in turn, will be completely supplanted. The influence of Tao is already waning. Aum is gaining power and will become the dominant factor. The sound Aum will eventually be replaced by the word of the soul, and Aum, in turn, will be completely supplanted. The influence of Tao is already waning. Aum is gaining power and will become the dominant factor. The sound Aum will eventually be replaced by the word of the soul, and Aum, in turn, will be completely supplanted. 479. The sound of many waters, a symbolic way of expressing the influence of Tao, will cease, and the time will come, as the Christian Bible assures us, when the sea will be gone. Then the sound Aum will take its place, which is symbolically spoken of as the roar of a blazing fire, and which is the sound of the mental plane. The word of the soul cannot be given anywhere except in the secret place of initiation. It has its own special vibration and note that cannot be communicated until Aum is used correctly. Just as Tao, carrying the note of desire, the thirst to have and to be, was used for evil and plunged its civilizations into the catastrophe of the flood, so Aum can be used for evil and plunge their civilizations into fire. This is the truth behind the misunderstood Christian doctrine of hellfire in the lake of fire. They symbolically describe the end of the century. 480. One hint I'll give here is often overlooked. There is no time on the mental plane. That is why the factor of time is not included in the concept of the fiery end. The time of the disaster, or catastrophe, is not set. The result will take place in the realm of the mind, and is it not possible to say that already now the fire of anxiety, apprehension, anxiety, and fear ignites our thoughts and consumes our mental attention? The task of fire is to cleanse and disinfect, therefore let Aum do its job, and let everyone who can use it as often as possible, cultivating correct thinking, so that the purification of the world takes place quickly. Much must burn out and disappear, everything that blocks the way for new ideas, new archetypal forms. The latter will eventually dominate the new age and allow the word of the soul to ring out and become audible exoterically. I realize that what I have said is difficult to understand, but the lines dictated contain a warning to the careless and many instructions for serious seekers of light. There are two aspects of the phrase under discussion that I would like to briefly touch on. Many aspects could be disassembled, but these two are enough to provide practical advice and identify ideas that all aspirants would like to assimilate. It is necessary to discuss a way to escape the action of embodied ideas, and it is desirable to do this from 2 points of view. The aspirant has to save himself from the thought forms that he builds every day in his mental life, and the soul in embodiment also has to save itself from the attraction of the form, which has grown and intensified over the centuries and from which it has to free itself through the process that we call death. Thus, we will divide our topic into the following points. 481. Salvation from the power of thought forms that we ourselves have generated. Salvation from the power of the threefold body, built by the soul, thanks to the magical liberation called death. I want to deal mainly with the consideration of the second point, but something needs to be said about the power of thought forms, about their danger and about the way in which they can be made harmless. Salvation from our thought forms. I am speaking now for aspirants who, through concentration and meditation, gain power in thought. I speak for the thinkers of the world who, thanks to their one-pointed aspiration and dedication to business, science, religion, or other types of human activity, have oriented their mind, not emotions, but mentality, constantly acting in any one direction, which in a broad sense is part of the divine activity. It is here, when using thinking, that the differences between black and white magic manifest themselves. Selfishness, ruthlessness, hatred, and cruelty characterize the worker in mental substance, whose motives for many lifetimes are focused on exalting himself, focused on acquiring personal property and aimed solely at obtaining pleasure and satisfying desires, regardless of how it affects others. Fortunately, there are few such people, but it is very easy to slip into such a position, and many need to be careful not to try and tread on the path leading to materiality. The gradual steady growth of group consciousness and responsibility, curbing the desires of the personal I and the manifestation of the spirit of love characterize those who are focused on achieving the life side of the divine whole. We can say that human beings are divided into three main groups. 482. The vast majority are neither good nor bad, but simply unthinking people, completely dependent on the evolutionary wave and working to develop full self-awareness and the necessary equipment. A small, very small number of those who explicitly and consciously work on the side of material forces, or, if you prefer this expression, on the side of evil. They are powerful on the physical plane, but their power is temporary, not eternal. The law of the universe, which is the law of love, is invariably against them, and good will arise from seeming evil. Quite a large number of those who are pioneers in the kingdom of the soul, spokesmen for the ideas of the new age and keepers of that aspect of the timeless wisdom, which will soon be revealed to the human race. This group is represented by disinterested intellectually developed men and women in any area of human aspiration, aspirants and disciples, initiates, issuing notes for different groups and types of people, and by the occult hierarchy itself. The influence of this troop of mystics and knowledgeable people is colossal, and now there is such an opportunity to work in cooperation with them, which has never been in the history of the race. The first group does not think yet, the other two groups begin to think and apply the laws of thinking. It is to the use of thinking by aspirants that I want to go. Much about thinking is explained in a treatise on cosmic fire, but I intend to outline some practical ideas and considerations that will help the average aspirant to work as it should. 483. Let us first of all remember that no aspirant, no matter how sincere and devoted he may be, is free from error. If he were free from them, he would be an adept. All aspirants are still selfish, still prone to anger and irritability, still depressed, and sometimes even capable of feeling hate. At times, anger and hatred can flare up for so-called righteous reasons. Injustice on the part of others, cruelty towards human beings and animals, hatred and depravity of their fellows evoke corresponding reactions in them, bringing them great suffering and slowing down their development. Always remember one thing. If the aspirant arouses hatred in his comrade, if he arouses anger in him and meets with hostility and antagonism, this is because he himself is not completely harmless. There are certain types of people who do not fall into this category. If a person has reached the stage of high initiation, then the situation is different. The germ ideas he is trying to communicate, the work he is empowered to do, the pioneering endeavor he is trying to promote, can and often do, from those who do not perceive the beauty of his motive and the truth of the truth he proclaims, hatred and rage, which give him a lot of anxiety and for which he is not personally responsible. This antagonism comes from the reactionaries and fanatics of the race, and it should be remembered that it is completely irrelevant to his personality, even if it is focused on him as the representative of the idea. However, I am not dealing with these high souls, but with students of the ageless wisdom, who begin to understand not only that they rarely think. 484. There are 3 lessons that every aspirant needs to learn. First, any thought form he builds is built under the impulse of any emotion or desire. On more rare occasions, it may be built in the light of enlightenment and therefore embody an intuitive glimpse. However, for the majority, the motivating impulse that draws the mental substance into activity is an emotional impulse, a strong desire, good or bad, selfish or unselfish. Second, the thought form constructed in this way either remains in its own aura, or finds its way to the desired goal. In the first case, it forms part of a dense wall of thought forms that envelop him and form his mental aura, and grows in strength as much as he pays attention to it, until it assumes such dimensions that it obscures reality for him, or gains such dynamism and power that he becomes a victim of what he has built. The thought form becomes more powerful than its creator, so that he becomes obsessed with his own ideas and is governed by his own creation. In the second case, his thought form finds its way into the mental aura of another human being or into some group. In it we have the germ of evil magical work and the acquisition of power by a powerful mind over a weaker one. If a thought form finds its way into any group, similar easily amenable forms, groups located in the aura, having the same speed or magnitude of vibration, are combined with it. Then the same thing happens to the group aura as to the individual ring pass knot. A blocking wall of thought forms is built around the group or it becomes possessed by some idea. This is the key to any sectarianism, any fanaticism, and some types of madness, both group and individual. A blocking wall of thought forms is built around the group, or it becomes obsessed with some idea. This is the key to any sectarianism, any fanaticism, and some types of madness, both group and individual. A blocking wall of thought forms is built around the group, or it becomes obsessed with some idea. This is the key to any sectarianism, any fanaticism, and some types of madness, both group and individual. Third, responsibility remains with the creator of the thought form, in this case, the aspirant. The form remains associated with him by his living design, therefore the karma of the results, as well as the final work of destroying what is built, must belong to him. This is true of any idea embodied, good or bad. The creator of the thought form is responsible for the work of his creation. The teacher Jesus, for example, still has to deal with the thought forms that we call the Christian Church, and he still has a lot to do. Christ and Buddha still have some final work left, although not so much with the forms that embody the principles they proclaimed, as with the souls that have developed through the application of these principles. 485. For the aspirant, who is just learning to think, the problem is different. He is still inclined to use the matter of thought to embody his erroneous understanding of real ideas. He is still inclined to express his likes and dislikes with the power of thinking. He is still not averse to using the mental substance to fulfill his personal desires. Every honest aspirant will attest to this. Many of you are concerned about how to properly contain your thoughts and keep your ideas from spreading. Some thoughts are ideas clothed in mental matter and residing on the plane of mental matter. These are the abstract concepts and the facts of the inner occult or mystical life hardly perceived by the mind of the thinker. They are not so difficult to contain, since their vibrations are so high and light that only a few people are able to adequately clothe them in mental matter. These people are so few that the risk of unwise dissemination of such information is small. In addition, there are reports of occult teaching. The circle of those who perceive them is gradually expanding, and such thought forms often attach to themselves the astral matter of the innermost desire of the student, who wants to test them, confirm and share them with a group that thirsts for this knowledge as much as he does. Sometimes this is possible and sometimes not. If this is not desirable or prohibited, what is the protection? Basically, do not allow the matter of the astral plane to stick around the mental thought form. Try to keep this matter at the level of desire. Do not let this type of matter express itself. When there is no desire to tell, but there is a desire to protect the core from the adhesion of such material, another thought form is built that captures the initiative and protects. 486. And then there is the type of thought form that is the most common and most worrying. This is information, details, news, if you prefer to call them that, everything that can turn into gossip, affecting either your work or other people. How can you keep your mind from passing on similar facts to others? Such facts have their origin in the events of the physical plane. This is the difficulty. The inner facts of occult life and those that originate on the mental plane are not so difficult to hide. You cannot recognize them until your vibration is high enough. In this case, as a rule, there is already a fairly even character and wisdom. But this is not the case with the facts of the physical plane. What should be done? In the first case, thoughts descend from above. These come from the physical plane and are strengthened by that many, often unwise, people know them. In the first case, thoughts arise on the mental plane, and only a high mind is able to formulate them and clothe them with geometrical precision in matter. Such a mind usually possesses the wisdom that denies them clothing of the matter of the astral plane. The situation is different with the fact of the physical plane. It is a vital essence, covered with matter of the astral plane, as well as the mental plane, when you first come into contact with it. Will you saturate her with life or will you stop her? Stop it with a flow, a wave of love for the affected person, which will embrace the thought form and send it back to the one that originated it, on the crest of a wave of matter of the astral plane, strong enough to wash it off and carry it away, perhaps crushing it, but undoubtedly returning the sender harmless. Perhaps this is evil information, lies or gossip. 487. And if this fact is true, some sad or unpleasant incident or misdemeanor of a brother who has stumbled, what to do in this case? Truth cannot be cut off or shattered. The law of absorption will help you here. Absorb into your heart the thought form that you have encountered and transmute it there with the alchemy of love. I would like to give you a practical example, since the topic is very important. A brother comes to you and tells you a fact about another brother, a fact that includes what the world would call a bad act on the part of that brother. You, who knows much more than the average person, understand that this so-called bad deed can be just a work off of karma or have a misinterpreted good motive at the base. You do not support this conversation, you do not transmit the information further. As far as you are concerned, the thought form built around this fact wanders into what you call a dead end. What do you do next? You create a counter stream of thoughts, which, on the wave of love, you send to your obviously erring brother. These are thoughts of good compassion, courage, and aspiration, a desire to wisely learn a lesson from the wrong that he committed. Use not force, since strong thinkers should not put pressure on other minds, but only with a gentle stream of wise and transforming love. So, at our disposal are three not strictly occult methods, since the occult will be communicated later, but those that are suitable for many. 488. The thought form is kept at the mental levels, that is, it is deprived of the matter of the astral plane. The thought form is broken up and fragmented by a correctly directed stream of love power. The thought form is absorbed and a counter thought filled with wise love is formulated. Holding, crushing, absorbing. There are three main punishments for misuse of the substance of thought. From them the aspirant must learn to save himself by avoiding appropriate actions. Ultimately, this will make the salvation process unnecessary. 1. A powerful thought form can act like a boomerang. She is able to return with increased speed to the one who sent her on her mission. Strong hatred, clothed in mental matter, can return to its creator, charged with the energy of the hated person, and cause destruction in the life of the aspirant. Do not feel hatred, for hatred always returns to where it came from. There is a true depth in the ancient aphorism, curses, like chickens, always return to their perch. The powerful desire for material acquisition eventually returns, inevitably bringing with it what was desired, but only so that in most cases it will be found that the aspirant no longer craves possession, but considers it a burden, or already has more than necessary by that time. Is jaded and does not know what to do with everything that he has acquired. A powerful thought form embodying the striving for spiritual enlightenment or for recognition on the part of the teacher can cause such a surge of light that it blinds the aspirant and makes him the owner of such an influx of spiritual energy for which he is not ready and which he will not be able to use. In addition, such a thought form can attract one of the great ones to an aspiring thought form and thereby draw him deeper into the world of illusion and astrality. Hence the need for humility, striving to serve, and the resulting self-forgetfulness and selflessness, if you want to build correctly, for real. This is the law. 489. 2. The thought form can act as a poisonous agent, poisoning all the germs of life. She may not have sufficient strength to leave the aura of her creator, Very few thought forms are capable of this. She can make her goal another aura, gain strength there and return to her original place, but she may also have her own vitality, which can devastate the life of an aspirant. Furious dislike, gnawing anxiety, suspicion, constant anxiety, and lust for something or someone can be so destructive and poisonous that all life will be spoiled and service will be in vain. The whole life will be filled with bitterness and de-energized by manifestations of anxiety, hatred, or desire. All relationships with other people will also turn out to be useless and even harmful, because a worried or suspicious aspirant poisons the circle of his family or a group of friends with his inner poisonous attitude, being influenced by any idea. His connection with his own soul and contact with the world of spiritual ideas cease, because he is not able to go further. The poison in his mental system keeps him. His vision is distorted, his nature is eroded, and all his relationships are disturbed by those exhausting thoughts that he himself embodied in form and which are so powerful that they can poison him. He cannot get rid of them, no matter how hard he tries and no matter how clearly he sees, theoretically, the cause of his illness. This is the most common form of hindrance, as it nests in the selfish personality life and is sometimes so fluid that it is almost impossible to directly influence. 3. The third danger that the aspirant must beware of is becoming obsessed with his own embodied ideas, whether they are temporarily correct or fundamentally incorrect. Remember that all correct ideas are temporary in nature and must eventually take their place as partially correct, giving way to greater truth. Today's truth is seen tomorrow as part of a larger truth. A person can grasp so clearly some of the lesser principles of the ageless wisdom and be so convinced of their correctness that the greater whole is missed, and he builds a thought form around the seen partial truth, which can become a limitation, make him a prisoner and slow down his progress. He is so confident in his righteousness that he is not able to see anyone else's truth. He can be so convinced of the reality of his own manifested idea of what truth is that he forgets about the limitations of his brain, that the truth has become known to him through his own soul and, therefore, is colored by his ray and built into the form by his own personal dividing mind. He lives only for this little truth, he sees no other, he imposes his thought form on other people, he becomes a possessed fanatic and therefore mentally unbalanced, even if the world considers him holy. He imposes his thought form on other people, he becomes a possessed fanatic and therefore mentally unbalanced, even if the world considers him holy. He imposes his thought form on other people, he becomes a possessed fanatic and therefore mentally unbalanced, even if the world considers him holy. 490. How can a person protect himself from these dangers? How to learn to build correctly. How to maintain the balance that allows you to see correctly, judge correctly, and thereby maintain mental contact with your soul and the souls of your fellows. First and foremost, by incessantly practicing harmlessness. This includes doing harm by speech, thought and therefore action. It is positive non-harm, which implies continual action and vigilance, it is not yielding negative tolerance. The second, daily guarding the doors of thinking and constantly monitoring the mental life, suppressing reflections in certain undesirable directions. Some old habits of thought will be supplanted by constructive creative thinking, some preconceived ideas, note the esoteric value of this phrase, will be pushed into the background so that new horizons can be seen and new ideas can appear. This implies daily, hourly vigilance, but only until old habits are overcome and a new rhythm is established. The aspirant then finds that his mind is so focused on new spiritual ideas that the old thought forms can no longer grab attention and they die of exhaustion. This thought gives strength. The first 3 years of work are the most difficult. Then ideas take over the mind. 491. Third, giving up life in your own mental world and entering the world of ideas and the stream of human thought currents. The world of ideas is the world of the soul and the higher mind. The stream of human thoughts and opinions is the stream of social consciousness and the lower mind. The aspirant must learn to remain free while functioning in both worlds. Take special note of this. The point is not that it should function freely, which more implies ease of functioning, but that it should function as a free agent in both worlds. Through constant daily meditation, he learns this in the soul world. Through varied reading and sympathetic interest in understanding, he does so in the human world. Fourth, he must learn to separate himself from his own thought forms and allow them to freely carry out the plan for which he consciously created them. The fourth process is divided into two parts. As a result of the use of a mystical phrase, he cuts off the connection that holds the embodied idea in his mental aura. By separating his mind from the idea, after he has sent it to fulfill his mission, he learns the lesson of the Bhagavad-Gita and works without attachment. Both points will vary according to the height and status of the aspirant. Each will have to formulate his own cut-off phrase for himself, and each will have to alone, without any help, learn to look away from the three worlds in which he operates, in an attempt to promote his idea or work to be performed. He will have to learn to remove his attention from the thought form built by him, in which this idea is embodied, knowing that since he lives as a soul and since spiritual energy is poured through him, it means that his thought form will express a spiritual idea and perform its work. Thought form is supported by the life of the soul, and not by personal desire. Tangible results always depend on the strength of the spiritual impulse that animates the idea, which is embodied in his thought form. His work takes place in a world of ideas, not in the world of physical results. The physical aspects automatically respond to the spiritual impulse. Salvation from death. 492. We come to the second point of the examination of the closing words of Rule 11. We have examined the ways of salvation from the dangers accompanying the creation of thought forms by a person who has learned or is learning to create on the mental plane. Much could be said about the inability of most students to think clearly. Clear thinking implies the ability to dissociate, at least temporarily, from any reactions and actions of an emotional nature. As long as the astral body is in a state of restless movement and its moods and feelings, desires, and emotions are strong enough to attract attention, positive, pure thought processes are impossible. Until the time comes for a wider recognition of the meaning of concentration and meditation, and until the nature of the mind, with its modifications, is universally understood. In these instructions I try to outline the first steps in esoteric psychology and discuss mainly the nature and method of training the astral body. Later in this century, the psychology of the mind, its nature, and modifications can be discussed in more detail. But this is not the time for that yet. 493. Now our theme is salvation, or deliverance, from the bodily nature through the process of death. 2 points must be learned in studying the means of this salvation. First, by bodily nature I mean the integrated personality, or the equipment with a physical body, vital, or etheric, vehicle, matter, or mode of existence, of the nature of desire and mental substance. They form the sheaths, or outer forms, of the embodied soul. The aspect of consciousness is sometimes focused in the shells, sometimes in the soul, that is, it is identified either with the form or with the soul. The average person works with ease and self-awareness in the physical and astral bodies. An intelligent, highly developed person adds to these two abilities conscious control by his mental apparatus, although only in some of its aspects, such as the ability to remember and to analyze. Sometimes he even succeeds in integrating these three bodies into a consciously functioning personality. Second, this salvation is achieved through a correct understanding of the mysterious experience that we call death. This is our topic, and it is so vast that I can only indicate some directions for the aspirant's thinking, and state some data that he can later clarify. In addition, we will limit ourselves to the death of the physical body. First of all, let us define the mysterious process to which all forms are subject and which for the majority seems to be a frightening end. Frightening because it is incomprehensible. The human mind is so little developed that the fear of the unknown, fear of the unfamiliar and attachment to the form lead to the fact that one of the most gracious events in the life cycle of the incarnate Son of God is considered as something that should be avoided and postponed as long as possible. 494. Death, if only we could realize it, is one of those actions that we have experienced very often from our own experience. We have died many times and will die again and again. Death is essentially a matter of a state of consciousness. We are now conscious of ourselves on the physical plane, and an instant later we retire to another plane and are actively conscious there. As long as our consciousness is identified with the form aspect, death is full for us of its ancient horror. And as soon as we become aware of ourselves as souls and find that we are able to focus consciousness, or the sense of awareness, at will, in any form, on any plane, in any direction within the form of God, we no longer know death. Death for the average person is a catastrophic end, implying the end of all human relationships, the end of all physical activity, parting with all manifestations of love and affection, and a fearful transition, forced and provoking protest, into the unknown. It's like leaving a lighted, warm, pleasant and familiar room, where our loved ones are gathered, into a cold dark night, when you leave alone, seized with horror, hoping for the best, but not sure of anything. However, people tend not to notice that every night during sleep we die to the physical plane and live and function in a different place. They forget that they already have the ability to leave the physical body, since they cannot yet bring into the consciousness of the physical brain the memory of such an exit and the subsequent period of active life. It does not occur to them to correlate death with sleep. Death, ultimately, is only a greater interruption in the life of functioning on the physical plane. A person just leaves for a longer period. But the processes of falling asleep and dying are identical, with the only difference that during sleep the magnetic thread, or the flow of energy through which the vital force enters, remains intact and is a way of returning to the body. At the time of death, this vital thread is torn, or cut off. When did it happen? 495. It should be remembered that the intention and will of the soul, the spiritual determination to be and to do, uses the thread of the soul, the sutratma, the flow of life as a means of expression in form. This stream of life differentiates into two streams, or two threads, when it reaches the body and is fixed, so to speak, at 2 points of the body. It is a symbol of the differentiation of Atma, or spirit, into its two reflections, soul and body. The soul, or aspect of consciousness, what makes a human being a rational, thinking entity, is fixed by one aspect of the soul thread to its support in the brain, in the pineal gland. Another aspect of life, which animates every atom of the body and is a connecting or integrating principle, enters the heart and is focused or fixed in it. From these 2 points, the spiritual man tries to control his mechanism. Thus it becomes possible to function on the physical plane, and objective existence becomes a temporary mode of expression. The soul, sitting in the brain, makes a person an intellectual rational entity, self-conscious and self-directed. A person is aware of the world in which he lives, in accordance with his point of evolution and the development of his mechanism. This mechanism is threefold in its expression. First of all, there are nadis and 7 centers of power, then the nervous system with its 3 divisions, spinal, sympathetic, and peripheral, and finally, the endocrine system, which can be considered the most dense aspect, or externalization of the first 2. Self-conscious and self-directed, a person is aware of the world in which he lives, in accordance with his point of evolution and the development of his mechanism. This mechanism is threefold in its expression. First of all, there are nadis and 7 centers of power, then the nervous system with its 3 divisions, spinal, sympathetic, and peripheral, and finally, the endocrine system, which can be considered the most dense aspect, or externalization of the first 2. Self-conscious and self-directed, a person is aware of the world in which he lives, in accordance with his point of evolution and the development of his mechanism. This mechanism is threefold in its expression. First of all, there are nadis and 7 centers of power, then the nervous system with its 3 divisions, spinal, sympathetic, and peripheral, and finally, the endocrine system, which can be considered the most dense aspect, or externalization of the first 2. 496. The soul, sitting in the heart, is the life principle, the principle of self-determination, the central core of positive energy, thanks to which all the atoms of the body are held in place and are subject to the will to be of the soul. The life principle uses blood circulation as its means of expression and control agent, and thanks to the close connection between the endocrine system and blood circulation, we have a combination of both aspects of the activity of the soul, so that a person becomes a living, consciously functioning entity, controlled by the soul and embodying the intention of the soul in all his daily activities. Therefore, death is literally the removal of both streams of energy from the heart and head and the subsequent complete loss of consciousness and decomposition of the body. Death differs from sleep in that both are removed energy flow. During sleep, only that energy thread that is fixed in the brain is removed, and the person becomes unconscious. By this we mean that his consciousness, or sense of awareness, is focused elsewhere. His attention is no longer directed to tangible and physical things, but is turned to another world of being and is centered in another apparatus, or mechanism. At the moment of death, both threads are removed, or absorbed into the thread of life. Vitality ceases to flow with the blood, the heart ceases to function, the brain ceases to register, and so there is silence. The house is empty. Activity ceases, except for that amazing and immediately occurring activity, which is the prerogative of matter itself and is expressed in the process of decomposition. Therefore, in some aspects, this process testifies to the unity of man with all material. It shows that man is a part of nature itself, and by nature we mean the body of that one life, which we live and move and exist. In these three words, life, movement, existence, the whole story is expressed. Existence is awareness, self-awareness, and self-expression, and its exoteric symbols are the human head and brain. Life is energy, the desire to exist in form, coherence, as well as conformity to an idea, and its exoteric symbols are heart and blood. Movement means the integration and response of an existing, aware, living entity to universal activity, and its symbols are the stomach, pancreas, and liver. 497. It is interesting, although not essential for our subject, to note that in cases of dementia, idiocy, and that stage of old age, which we call senile marasmus, the thread fixed in the brain is removed, while the thread that communicates the vital impulse, or urge, still remains anchored in the heart. Life remains, but not intellectual awareness. There is movement, but not an intellectual orientation. In the case of senile marasmus, when a highly developed apparatus was used in life, the semblance of intellectual functioning may remain. But this is an illusion due to an ingrained habit and a long-established rhythm, and not a coordinated, coherent plan. It should also be noted that death occurs by the decision of the ego, although in most cases the human being is not aware of this decision. This process for most people proceeds automatically, because when the soul removes its attention, the inevitable reaction on the physical plane is death, either as a result of the removal of both the threads of life and the energy of reason, or after the removal of the energy thread characterized by mentality. The stream of life remains functioning through the heart and there is no intellectual awareness. The soul focused its attention elsewhere, she goes about her own affairs on her own plane. 498. In the case of highly evolved human beings, there is often a sense of foreseeing the timing of death due to ego contact and awareness of ego desires. This includes sometimes knowledge of the very day of death, and with the preservation of composure until the final moment of removal. In the case of the initiates, there is much more knowledge. There is an intellectual understanding of the laws of withdrawal, which allows the one who makes this transition to withdraw from the physical body in full waking consciousness and function on the astral plane. The continuity of consciousness is also maintained, so there is no gap between awareness on the physical plane and awareness after death. A person is aware of himself the same as he was before, although without an apparatus of contact on the physical plane. He is conscious of the feelings and thoughts of those whom he loves, although he is not able to perceive or contact their dense physical vehicle. He can communicate with them on the astral plane or telepathically, through the mind, if there is a connection between them, but communication involving the 5 physical senses of perception is certainly not available to him. It should be remembered, however, that the astral and mental interactions may be closer and more acutely felt than ever before, as he freed himself from the obstacles of the physical body. And yet, 2 circumstances prevent such interaction. The first is grief and a strong emotional experience of those who remain. In the case of an average human being, the second is a person's own ignorance and confusion when he finds himself in new conditions, although, in reality, this is a long time ago. Familiar terms, if only he could realize it. As soon as people lose their fear of death and gain an understanding of the other world, based not on hallucinations and hysteria and not on the conclusions of the, sometimes ignorant, average medium, broadcasting under the influence of his own thought form, built by himself and the circle of those present, we will become witnesses of a truly controlled the death process. Those who remain will carefully monitor their conditions so that the connection with the dying person is not interrupted and excess energy is not wasted. We will witness a truly controlled death process. Those who remain will carefully monitor their conditions so that the connection with the dying person is not interrupted and excess energy is not wasted. We will witness a truly controlled death process. Those who remain will carefully monitor their conditions so that the connection with the dying person is not interrupted and excess energy is not wasted. 499. Now there is a big difference between how, using scientific methods, people are helped to enter embodiment and how we blindly, sometimes frightened and, no doubt, ignorantly escort them out of embodiment. My task is to open the door in the West for a new, more scientific conduct of the dying process, and I want to be as clear as possible. What I am about to tell you in no way supersedes modern medical science with its palliatives and prowess. All I am calling for is an intelligent attitude towards death. All I am trying to do is reassure that when the pain and weakness are gone, the dying man, even if he appears to be unconscious, should be allowed to prepare for the great transition. Do not forget that pain takes a lot of strength and has a very strong effect on the nervous system. Is it impossible to imagine the time when will the act of dying be presented as the triumphant end of life? Is it impossible to imagine a time when hours spent on his deathbed would be just a glorious prelude to conscious withdrawal? When will the fact that a person is about to throw off the limiting physical shell be a long-awaited and joyful conclusion for him and for everyone around him? Can't you imagine a time when, instead of tears, fears, and refusal to admit the inevitable, the dying person will agree with his friends the hour of departure and nothing but joy will accompany him? When there is no room for sad thoughts in the minds of those he leaves, and death is considered a more joyful event than birth and marriage. I assure you that a little time will pass and this will be so, first for the most intelligent part of the race, and gradually for all. 500. You say that so far there is only belief in immortality, but there is no reliable evidence. The accumulated multitude of evidence, the inner conviction of the human heart, the fact of the existence of faith in eternal life, as well as the fact of the existence of the idea of immortality in the minds of people, inspire hope that this is true. But hope will give way to confidence and knowledge in less than 100 years, since a certain event will occur and a revelation will be given to the race, which will turn hope into certainty, and faith into knowledge. In the meantime, let a new attitude towards death be cultivated and a new science of death begin to develop. Let death cease to be the only thing that we cannot control and that inevitably strikes us, and let us begin to control our departure to the other side and one way or another try to understand the technique of transition. Before examining this subject in more detail, I would like to say a few words about the septum in the brain that most people have, but does not exist for an enlightened seer. As you know, the human body contains a vital body that saturates it, which is a copy of the physical body. It is larger than the physical and we call it the etheric body, or double. It is an energy body made up of power centers and nadis, or power channels that underlie, or are prototypes, of the nervous apparatus, nerves, and nerve ganglia. There are outlets for life force in two places in the human body. One hole is in the solar plexus, the other is in the brain, at the top of the head. They are protected by a dense fabric of etheric matter, consisting of intertwined strands of vital energy. 501. At the time of death, as a result of the pressure of vital energy in the tissue of the septum, a puncture, or hole, is formed. Life force comes out of it when the extractive influence of the soul is intensified. In animals, small children, and those men and women who are exclusively polarized in the physical or astral body, the exit door is the solar plexus, it is his etheric tissue that is pierced. opening the exit. In mental types of people, in more developed human units, the etheric tissue is torn at the top of the head in the fontanelle area, opening the way for a thinking being. In psychics, mediums, and lower seers, astral clairvoyant and clairaudient, the solar plexus tissue is torn during life, and therefore they easily enter and leave the body, entering the so-called trance and functioning on the astral plane. However, these types of people lack continuity of consciousness, and there seems to be no connection between their existence on the physical plane and the events they report during trance, and of which they remain completely ignorant in waking consciousness. For them, the whole process takes place under the diaphragm and is mainly due to the animal life based on feelings. In the case of conscious clairvoyance and in the work of higher psychics and seers, there is no state of trance, obsession, or mediumship. They break through the etheric tissue of the brain, and light, information, and inspiration flow into the whole in this area. So, at the time of death, there are two main exits: the solar plexus center for astrally polarized, physically oriented human beings, therefore, for the vast majority, and the head center for mentally polarized and spiritually oriented human beings. This is the first and most important thing to remember, and it will be easy to understand how strongly the life orientation, the focus of life's attention, determines the way of the outcome at the time of death. You can also understand that the attempt to control the astral body and emotional nature, to orient oneself to the mental world and spirituality, is of great importance for the phenomenal aspects of the death process. 502. If a student thinks clearly, it is obvious to him that one way out is intended for spiritual and highly developed people, while the other is for human beings who are at a low stage of development, barely overstepping the animal stage. What happens to the average person? The third output is currently in use. Just below the apex of the heart, there is another etheric septum that closes the outlet. Thus, we have the following situation. Out of the head, used by intellectually advanced people, students, and initiates of the world. A way out of the heart, used by kind, benevolent men and women, respectable citizens, empathetic friends, and philanthropists. The exit from the solar plexus area, used by emotional, intellectually undeveloped, unthinking people and those in whom animal nature is still strong. This is the first point in the new information that will gradually become common knowledge in the West over the next century. Much is already known to the thinkers of the East and is the first step towards a rational understanding of the process of death. The second point to be understood is that there is a technique for dying, and that the ability to use this technique can be developed over the course of life. As for such training, I will give a few hints which, as it turns out, will give new meaning to the work currently being performed by all aspirants. The elder brothers of the race, who have guided humanity for many centuries, are now busy preparing people for the next great step. This step will bring continuity of consciousness that will put an end to all fear of death, and will so closely connect the physical and astral planes that they will in fact form a single plane. Just as the unification of the various aspects of man must be brought about, so an analogous unification of the various aspects of planetary life must take place. Plans must unite like body and soul. To a large extent, this has already happened between the etheric plane and the dense physical plane. This is now rapidly being carried out between the physical and astral planes. 503. Such unification is already taking place in the work of seekers in all spheres of human thought and life, and the training now offered to the serious, sincere aspirant has other goals besides the goal of uniting body and soul. However, they are not emphasized because of the person's tendency to attach too much importance to secondary goals. It would be correct to ask if it is possible to give a set of simple, understandable rules that at present could be followed by everyone who is trying to establish a rhythm that will not only make life organized and constructive, but also eliminate problems and difficulties when the moment comes to leave the outer shell. I'll give you 4 simple rules that cover a lot of what students are currently doing. 1. Learn to focus in the head through visualization, meditation, and tireless concentration practice. Develop the ability to imagine yourself as a sovereign sitting on a throne between your eyebrows. This rule can be applied to daily life affairs. 2. Learn that helping others should be based on serving the heart, not on an emotional outburst. Before any such activity, answer yourself 2 questions. Am I providing this service to an individual as an individual or as a member of a group to a group? Is my motive an ego impulse or am I motivated by emotion, the desire to shine and the desire to be loved and admired? These 2 actions will lead to the focusing of vital energies above the diaphragm and so will gradually nullify the attraction of the solar plexus. As a result, this center will become more and more passive, and there will be no danger of puncturing the etheric tissue in this area. 504. 3. Falling asleep. Learn to remove consciousness in the head. This should be practiced as a concrete exercise when you go to bed. You cannot allow yourself to slowly dissolve when falling asleep. Try to keep your consciousness whole until you develop the ability to consciously exit into the astral plane. Practice relaxation, unbroken attention, and persistent ascent to the center in the head, because until the aspirant has learned to be constantly aware of all the processes accompanying falling asleep, while maintaining his positivity, such work is accompanied by danger. The first steps should be reasonable and practiced for many years until ease of removal is achieved. 4. Record and observe all the phenomena associated with the process of withdrawal, both during meditative work and when falling asleep. It will be found, for example, that many start almost painfully and wake up immediately after falling asleep. This is explained by the fact that their consciousness slips through an insufficiently pure etheric tissue and through a partially closed hole. Others may hear very sharp cracking sounds in the head area. It is caused by vital breaths in the head, which we are usually unaware of, and it is due to the internal acoustic sensitivity, which allows us to hear the always present, but, as a rule, unrecorded sounds. Still others, falling asleep, can see light or colored clouds, or purple banners and ribbons. All these are ethereal phenomena. All such phenomena, which have no real meaning, are associated with the vital body. 505. This practice and adherence to these 4 rules during the cycle of years will greatly facilitate the technique of dying, since a person who has learned to control his body when falling asleep has an advantage over a person who has never paid attention to this process. In connection with the technique of dying, I can give only 1 or 2 pieces of advice at this time. I will not discuss in detail the role of those present, but will analyze only what will help facilitate the exodus of the soul. First, keep the room silent. Of course, this is often the case. It should be remembered that the dying person is usually unconscious. This apparent, not real, unconsciousness. In 900 out of 1,000 cases, the brain is fully aware of what is happening, but there is a complete paralysis of the will to express and an absolute inability to generate energy that would witness life. If silence and understanding reign in the patient's room, the departing soul can retain control over its instrument until the last minute and make the necessary preparations. Later, when more is known about colors, only orange light will be allowed in the dying man's room. Its installation will be accompanied by proper ceremonies when there is no chance of recovery. Orange helps focus in the head, just as red stimulates the solar plexus, and green has a specific effect on the heart and life currents. 506. Certain types of music will be used as more is understood about sound, while there is no such music, which would facilitate the work of removing the soul from the body, although some notes organ to be found effective. At the very moment of death, if the dying person's own note sounds, it will coordinate both flows of energy and ultimately break the vital thread, but this knowledge is still too dangerous to be transmitted, and can be given later. I will indicate the future and the directions in which occult education will go in the future. It will also be found that pressure on certain nerve centers and certain arteries will facilitate this work. This science of dying is secretly preserved, as many students know, in Tibet. Pressure on the jugular vein, on some large nerves in the head region, and on a specific area of the medulla oblongata will be found useful and effective. The concrete science of death will inevitably later be carefully developed, but only after the fact of the existence of the soul is recognized and its connection with the body is scientifically demonstrated. Mantric phrases will also be used and deliberately introduced into the mind of the dying person by the people around him, or deliberately, with understanding, used by him. Christ demonstrated an example of their application by loudly exclaiming, "Father, into thy hands I commit my spirit." We have another example in the words, "Now you let your servant go, Master, in peace." The constant repetition of the sacred word, chanted in an undertone or in a special key, to which the dying person will be found to respond, may also later form part of the ritual of passage, together with the anointing with oil, as is done in the Catholic Church. The anointing has an occult, scientific basis. The top of the dying person's head should be symbolically directed to the east, legs and arms should be crossed. Only sandalwood should be burned in the room. 507. That's all I can tell the general public at this time about death. But I urge all of you to study as deeply as possible what death is and the technique of dying, as well as to promote occult research on this subject. Rule 12. The tissue is pulsating. It contracts and expands. Let the magician take possession of the midpoint and thereby release those captives of the planet whose note is correct and in tune with what is to be created. Intervals and cycles. 511. We now come to 4 rules that apply to the physical plane. In many ways, understanding them is much more difficult than understanding the previous rules, just as practical application is always much more difficult than theorizing. We are often able to think clearly and to wish correctly, but the lawful and constructive manifestation of subjective ideas on the physical plane is never easy. However, it is at this stage that the white magician begins his real work, and it is here that he fails and finds that his inner awareness of reality does not necessarily culminate in correct creative activity. In the Treatise on Cosmic Fire there are some interesting moments for us on this topic, and I would like to quote a few words from there. It is useful to remember here that in creative work the white magician uses the influences of the manifested rays. When the 5th, 3rd and 7th rays are in force, being in one or another phase, entering manifestation, culminating or exiting manifestation, it is much easier to work than when the 2nd, 6th or 4th rays dominate. Nowadays, as you know, the 7th ray is quickly becoming dominant. This is one of the forces with which it is easiest for a person to work. Under the influence of this ray, it will be possible to build a new structure for a rapidly declining civilization and erect a new temple in accordance with a new religious impulse. Thanks to the influence of the 7th ray, the work of numerous unconscious magicians will be greatly facilitated. p. 1021-1022XX. Therefore, it is clear that the day of opportunity is coming and that future generations will be able to do magical work if they so choose, which will be facilitated by many factors that will help to obtain satisfactory results. The 5th ray is out of manifestation, but its influence is still felt. The 3rd ray is in culmination, and the 7th ray quickly enters full activity. Much, therefore, will contribute to the success of a person, provided that he will constantly maintain the correct guidelines, purity of motive and life, maintain the stability of the perception of the emotional body and that inner alignment that turns his personality into a real guide of his soul. Or I. 512. A very interesting analogy can be seen when studying the words, the tissue pulsates. It contracts and expands. Here the main thought is the idea of pulsation, diastole and systole, ebb and flow, cyclical activity, day of opportunity and night of passivity, inflow and outflow, those many appearances and disappearances that characterize the course of all lives in all kingdoms and dimensions. This cycle of day and night, which is an inevitable sign of manifested existence, must be realized. What every student should learn, in simple terms, is wisdom based on knowing when to work and when to refrain from work, and on an understanding of the periods that are characterized by speech and the intervals that are characterized by silence. This is where mistakes are made. This whole rule can be stated in the following paraphrase, which deserves careful consideration and which I will try to clarify to some extent. God breathes, and his life, pulsating, emanates from the divine heart and manifests as the life energy of all forms. It embraces all of nature and pulsates in accordance with its cycles. There is a divine inhalation and exhalation. Between inhalation and exhalation, there is a period of silence and time for effective work. If the disciples learn to use these intervals, they will be able to free the captives of the planet, which is the purpose of any magical work being performed in this world age. 513. We need not touch on how the one life of the solar system works during the giant intervals of meditative silence, technically called pralaya. The activity of the universal mind and its all-embracing design can be comprehended only when each son of God consciously enters into his divine inheritance. The method by which our planetary life does work during the cycles of silence differs from the methods used on other planets, and it must be remembered that each planetary logos is characterized by his own special pulsation, his special periodic intervals, and his own unique method of work. The student of these instructions is interested in how he himself can carry out the necessary constructive activity during his intervals. For the convenience of our discussion, we will divide such intervals into 3 categories. 1. Life intervals, or such periods when the spiritual person is out of embodiment and retired into the ego consciousness. For underdeveloped people, they practically do not exist. Such people circulate from incarnation to incarnation with amazing speed. On the physical plane, an analogy to this great activity can be seen in the feverish throwing of an ordinary person trying to satisfy the needs of his existence, as well as in the difficulty with which he manages to be patient, wait and achieve meditative balance. As it develops, the periods of being outside of incarnation are steadily lengthening until the moment comes when the periods of being outside of physical manifestation far exceed the periods of being in external expression. Then the interval dominates. The periods of exhalation, exhalation, and inhalation, are relatively short, and, this must be emphasized, both of these periods are colored and controlled by the designs of the soul. Formed and imprinted in the mind during the interval between the 2 more active stages of experience. The inner life slowly unfolds during cyclical intervals and becomes the dominant factor. A person gradually becomes subjective in his position and seeks to express on the physical plane mainly the results of his inner mental life, and not live as before, reacting only to the events of the physical plane and the restlessness of the nature of desire. The inner life slowly unfolds during cyclical intervals and becomes the dominant factor. A person gradually becomes subjective in his position and seeks to express on the physical plane mainly the results of his inner mental life, and not live as before, reacting only to the events of the physical plane and the restlessness of the nature of desire. The inner life slowly unfolds during cyclical intervals and becomes the dominant factor. A person gradually becomes subjective in his position and seeks to express on the physical plane mainly the results of his inner mental life, and not live as before, reacting only to the events of the physical plane and the restlessness of the nature of desire. 514. 2. The ebb and flow of ordinary life during incarnation also demonstrate their intervals. The aspirant must learn to recognize and use them. He must learn to grasp the difference between periods of intense external activity, periods of withdrawal inward, and intervals when external life seems static and does not arouse active interest. He must learn this if he is going to take full advantage of the opportunities that life provides him with. All life is not reduced exclusively to one indomitable continuous desire to work, and it also does not consist in eternal rest. It usually has its own normal rhythmic beat, vibration, its own particular pulsation. Some lives change their rhythm and mode of activity every 7 years. Others change their rhythm every 9 or 11 years. Still others work in even shorter cycles, alternating months of intense striving with months of sheer inaction. In addition, some people are so sensitive and during their work events and circumstances alternate so much that it forces them to temporarily retire and learn the lessons learned from the last period of work. There is no obvious ebb and flow in the work of the two groups of human beings on the physical plane. The representatives of both of these groups demonstrate a constant desire to work. These are people who are so underdeveloped, so low, so to speak, on the ladder of evolution, and the animal principle is so dominant in them that they have no mental reaction to circumstances, but only a response to physical needs. and all the time they spend to satisfy desires. They can never satisfy all their desires, so there is little that can be called cyclical in the expression of such people. These include unthinking workers and uncivilized people. But there are also men and women who belong to the opposite pole and have climbed relatively high up the evolutionary ladder. They are already so independent of their purely physical nature and have so subdued the nature of desire that they have learned to maintain continuous activity based on discipline and service. They consciously work with cycles and partly understand their nature. They are familiar with the divine art of removing consciousness into the consciousness of the contemplating soul, and they control and wisely direct their work in the human world. This is the lesson that all disciples learn, and it is a high achievement of the initiated and trained workers of the race. 515. 3. The third type of interval, the one with which we first deal with when considering magical work on the physical plane, is the interval that is achieved and used during the process of meditation. The student must get used to being in this state, otherwise he will not be able to achieve power in work. This interval, or the period of sensitive perception of silence, consists of two parts. First of all, there is an interval that we call contemplation. I would like to recall the definition given in Evelyn Underhill's book, which describes contemplation as the interval between two periods of activity. This interval of silence follows the activity, which the beginner finds so difficult, when alignment is achieved between the soul-mind-brain. The calming of the emotional body and the degree of concentration and meditation necessary to focus and reorient the mind to the new world and includes it in the sphere of influence. Souls. This period of activity corresponds to the period of inspiration. In this cycle, the outgoing consciousness concentrates and rises up. When success is achieved in this effort, consciousness slips out of what is called a personality or mechanism and becomes an altered consciousness. The soul on its own plane is activated and the mind and brain are aware of this activity. From the point of view of personal activity, there is an interval. This is the moment when the student listens with inspiration. Its mechanism is completely motionless. The mind is steadily held in the light, while the soul, meanwhile, thinks, as usual, in unison with all souls, connecting to the resources of the universal mind, and formulates its goals in accordance with the universal plan. This cycle of recorded soul activity is being replaced by what might be called the process of exhaling. The interval is coming to an end, the attentive mind is activated again, and because it is correctly oriented and retained the purity of perception, it becomes the interpreter and instrument of the soul, which has now directed the light of its face to the listening personality. Thanks to this, the mind becomes able to transmit plans formulated in the interval of contemplation. The emotional nature is involved in the process by the desire to draw into objectivity the plans with which the reoriented mind tries to enrich what is already known through experience, then the brain perceives the transmitted impressions. After which the life of the physical plane is so regulated that these plans can materialize in the desired form. This, of course, implies having a trained, regulated, and responsive mechanism, which is really rare so far. The second part of the interval becomes possible only when the first, or contemplative, part is mastered, with which the reoriented mind tries to enrich what is already known through experience, then the brain perceives the transmitted impressions, after which the life of the physical plane is so regulated that these planes can materialize in the desired form. This, of course, implies having a trained, regulated, and responsive mechanism, which is really rare so far. The second part of the interval becomes possible only when the first, or contemplative, part is mastered, with which the reoriented mind tries to enrich what is already known through experience, then the brain perceives the transmitted impressions, after which the life of the physical plane is so regulated that these planes can materialize in the desired form. This, of course, implies having a trained, regulated, and responsive mechanism, which is really rare so far. The second part of the interval becomes possible only when the first, or contemplative, part is mastered. 516. A student who seeks to cooperate with the hierarchy of teachers and tries to do this, actively participating in their work on the physical plane, must learn to work, using not only awareness in the state of contemplation, but also scientifically using the intervals that appear as a result of holding the breath after inhalation and after exhalation in a purely physical sense of words. This is the real science and purpose of pranayama. In this case, the consciousness of the brain is necessarily involved. The correct use of the intervals after inhalation and after exhalation is possible only when a person has acquired the ability to remain in the interval of contemplation, simultaneously involving the soul, mind, and brain. For this, it is necessary to keep the mind in the light, so that it remains receptive to the impressions coming from the soul, and to keep the brain in a state of receptivity to the impressions coming from the mind. 517. Therefore, one interval, from the point of view of the united soul and personality, is made after the period of inhalation of the soul, when it absorbed the consciousness directed inward. The other takes place after the end of the first interval and after the soul exhaled. Returning consciousness to the objective world, inhalation is replaced by exhalation, and after exhalation, an interval is again made. The student must learn to use easily both intervals of the soul, one of which affects the mind, the other affects the brain. As always, there is an analogy on the physical plane of the process of divine inhalation and exhalation with its two intervals, the intervals of silence and thought. Again, I want to reiterate what are the results of using these intervals. During the highest interval, an abstract or divine thought impresses the soul and is transmitted to the listening mind. During the second interval, the mind, through concrete thinking and trying to embody the divine thought into form, impresses the brain and then performs the necessary action with the help of the physical body. Occult students who demonstrate their dedication and mental balance, observe, to use the ancient formula of the schools of meditation, the 5 commandments and 5 rules, and achieve proper balance, can use the intervals between both aspects of physical breathing for intense activity and use the power of the will to bring about magical results. Consciousness, focused in the brain and participating in the work of contemplation, is now able to move on to the work of materializing the plan on the physical plane by focusing the energy of will, silently directed by a conscious person. As we understood, there are also 2 breathing intervals, after inhalation and after exhalation, and the more experienced the student, the longer he will keep the interval and, therefore to be. 518. It would be wrong and premature on my part to go into the details of working with these midpoints, as they are called in Rule 12, which the magician captures and engages in constructive work. In them, he consciously uses energy, directing it as he sees fit. In them, he consciously comes into contact with those forces and lives that he can use and control, so that they provide him with everything that is necessary for the implementation of spiritual plans and for the construction of those forms and organisms that may be needed. In them he advances in the work of freeing the captives of the planet, and in them he becomes aware of his co-workers, the group of world mystics and the hierarchy of souls. In instructions such as these intended for the general public, it would be highly unwise to provide more detailed instructions. Much will remain unsaid, so as not to give an opportunity for anyone, except for the students who have undergone long-term training, to achieve the necessary alignment, which would allow performing the work of intervals, only during which magical work can be carried out. Why is this so, you ask? Why are the secrets of breath so closely guarded? Because the effectiveness of black magic depends on this. It is here that the work of both black and white magic inevitably goes through the same stage. Some people with a strong will and a clear trained mind, but inspired by a purely selfish purpose, have learned to use the lower of the 2 soul intervals, the one associated with the mind and brain. By intensively applying the knowledge of the science of the centers, they achieved the opportunity to carry out their egoistic plans and impose their will and mental authority on the captives of the planet. By doing this, they do a lot of harm. They do not want to use the higher interval in which the soul is active and the mind is responsive. Intellectual activity and the responsiveness of the brain to the influence of the mind is all that interests them. Both white and black magicians, as you see, use the lowest interval, and both know the meaning of the intervals of physical breathing. But the white magician acts from the level of the soul on the manifested world and tries to carry out the divine plan, while the black magician acts from the level of the intellect, trying to achieve his own selfish goals. The difference is not only in motive, but also in alignment, as well as in the level and breadth of consciousness. Hence the exceptional caution with which all true mentors approach the teaching of the essence of magical work. Only the tried and true, only the disinterested and pure, can full instructions be given. Everyone can be given information about the large intervals of soul-mind and mind-brain. So far, only a few can be trusted with important information about the smaller intervals that take place in the physical body after inhalation and after exhalation and in the consciousness of the brain. 519. There is one more point that may be of interest before I continue talking about the captives of the planet and working with them. Humanity is currently going through a cycle of colossal activity. For the first time in human history, this activity encompasses the human race on a large scale in all three aspects of personal consciousness. Physical bodies, emotional and mental states of consciousness are in a state of tremendous shift. This simultaneous triple activity is intensified by a cycle of equally intense planetary activity as a result of the coming of the new age, the entry of the sun into a new sign of the zodiac and the consistent preparation of a person to work with new forces and energies acting on him. Therefore, in the midst of human life, the integrating new group of world servers should play a very important role. The work of ministers should be mainly to maintain a close connection with the soul of humanity, composed of all souls at their own level of being, thanks to the organized activity of their own souls. So that there will always be those who know how to work in intervals and thereby facilitate the advancement of the plan and hold the vision before the eyes of those who cannot enter themselves to a high secret place. They have, as I have already said, to learn to work subjectively in order to preserve, in the current cycle of activity and exoteric expression, the ability inherent in all, but so far revealed by a few, the ability to withdraw to the center. They, symbolically speaking, form a door. Abilities and powers can fade away due to insufficient use, the ability to divine abstraction and the ability to find the so-called golden path that leads to a clear backwater, and from it, to the temple refuge should not be lost. This is the first task of the group of world mystics. They must keep this path open and free of obstacles. Otherwise, white magic may disappear for a while, and the selfish designs of material nature may take undue control. This sad event already happened once during the time of Atlantis, and the group of workers that existed at that time had to retire from any external activity and remove the divine mysteries, hiding them from the curious and unworthy. 520. Now a new attempt is being made to free the captives of the planet. The hierarchy, through the group of world servers currently in the process of formation, is trying to externalize and return the mysteries to humanity, to which they rightfully belong. If you want this attempt to be crowned with success, then all of you who felt the prospect or realized part of the plan being implemented, you need to devote yourself to serving humanity, completely surrender to work, helping all world servants. Making the most of all your abilities, think about these words and reveal their meaning, donating their time and money to contribute to the efforts of the great ones. Above all else, do not forget about your meditative work, stay connected internally, strive for the truth at all times. The need and the opportunity are great, and all potential assistants are called to the front line. All can be used in one way or another if the true nature of sacrifice is understood, if the mastery of the action is acquired, and if each of you is making an effort to work without attachment. Prisoners of the planet. Having considered the work of the magician in his own inner consciousness and the need to master the midpoint in the work of using intervals, both large and small, we come to consider the purpose of all his work, if he is a real white magician. It is said to be about freeing the captives of the planet. It would be helpful to find out who these captives are and what the working apprentice is using to free them. The captives of the planet are divided into two large groups, which in turn consist of several divisions. They form all forms of life that we usually call pre-human, but these words need to be given a broader meaning than usual. They must be extended to all life embodied in forms. 522. The two groups of prisoners are as follows. The first is the substance of all forms, or a multitude of tiny atomic lives, which by the power of thinking are attracted into the composition of the formal aspect through which all existences or all souls express themselves, mineral, vegetable, and animal, as well as animal bodies of people. This opens up such a wide horizon for research that it practically covers the entire work of creation on the physical plane, and we now have no opportunity to even briefly consider it. According to the law of magnetic attraction and thanks to the motivating activity of the universal mind, as it embodies the designs of the solar logos or planetary logos, these components of the matter of space, these atoms of substance are gathered together, controlled by rhythm and held in shape. Through this mode of creation, all existences are manifested, participate in gaining experience in their particular cycle, ephemeral like the day of a butterfly or relatively constant like the animating life of a planetary deity, and disappear. So, both aspects, spirit and matter, enter into a close relationship and inevitably affect each other. The so-called matter is energized, or spiritualized, in the occult sense of the word, due to its contact with the so-called spirit. Spirit, in turn, gets the opportunity to strengthen its vibration through gaining experience in matter. The combination of both divine aspects leads to the emergence of the third, which we call the soul. With the help of the soul, the spirit develops sensitivity, conscious awareness, and responsiveness, which remain a constant acquisition after the inevitably cyclical break between them. As ephemeral as the day of a butterfly or comparatively permanent as the animating life of a planetary deity, and disappear. So, both aspects, spirit and matter, enter into a close relationship and inevitably affect each other. The so-called matter is energized, or spiritualized, in the occult sense of the word, due to its contact with the so-called spirit. Spirit, in turn, gets the opportunity to strengthen its vibration through gaining experience in matter. The combination of both divine aspects leads to the emergence of the third, which we call the soul. With the help of the soul, the spirit develops sensitivity, conscious awareness, and responsiveness, which remain a constant acquisition after the inevitably cyclical break between them. As ephemeral as the day of a butterfly or comparatively permanent as the animating life of a planetary deity, and disappear. So, both aspects, spirit and matter, enter into a close relationship and inevitably affect each other. The so-called matter is energized, or spiritualized, in the occult sense of the word, due to its contact with the so-called spirit. Spirit, in turn, gets the opportunity to strengthen its vibration through gaining experience in matter. The combination of both divine aspects leads to the emergence of the third, which we call the soul. With the help of the soul, the spirit develops sensitivity, conscious awareness, and responsiveness, which remain a constant acquisition after the inevitably cyclical break between them. So, both aspects, spirit and matter, enter into a close relationship and inevitably affect each other. The so-called matter is energized, or spiritualized, in the occult sense of the word, due to its contact with the so-called spirit. Spirit, in turn, gets the opportunity to strengthen its vibration through gaining experience in matter. The combination of both divine aspects leads to the emergence of the third, which we call the soul. With the help of the soul, the spirit develops sensitivity, conscious awareness, and responsiveness, which remain a constant acquisition after the inevitably cyclical break between them. So, both aspects, spirit and matter, enter into a close relationship and inevitably affect each other. The so-called matter is energized, or spiritualized, in the occult sense of the word, due to its contact with the so-called spirit. Spirit, in turn, gets the opportunity to strengthen its vibration through gaining experience in matter. The combination of both divine aspects leads to the emergence of the third, which we call the soul. With the help of the soul, the spirit develops sensitivity, conscious awareness, and responsiveness, which remain a constant acquisition after the inevitably cyclical break between them. Through its contact with the so-called spirit. Spirit, in turn, gets the opportunity to strengthen its vibration through gaining experience in matter. The combination of both divine aspects leads to the emergence of the third, which we call the soul. With the help of the soul, the spirit develops sensitivity, conscious awareness, and responsiveness, which remain a constant acquisition after the inevitably cyclical break between them. Through its contact with the so-called spirit, in turn, gets the opportunity to strengthen its vibration through gaining experience in matter. The combination of both divine aspects leads to the emergence of the third, which we call the soul. With the help of the soul, the spirit develops sensitivity, conscious awareness, and responsiveness, which remain a constant acquisition after the inevitably cyclical break between them. 523. Much has been said on this topic in the Treatise on Cosmic Fire, and I don't need to repeat myself. This second treatise is intended for more practical and widespread use. It mainly examines the methods of preparing an aspirant so that he can, in turn, act as a conscious creator and with his work serve the higher goals of the life that encompasses him. So he begins to help materialize the plans of God. To educate the aspirant, to inform him of possible trends and directions of evolution, and to help him realize the underlying purpose is all that makes sense to communicate at the stage in which the average aspirant is. These instructions are trying to do that, and they also provide some of the new teaching on the emotional vehicle. In the next century, when human equipment is better developed and the real meaning of group activity is assimilated, more information could be provided, but it was not yet time. All I am able to do is to find words that are not expressive enough to somehow envelop the thought. Since they clothe her, they also restrict her, and therefore I am guilty of creating new captives who, too, must eventually be released. All books are prisons of ideas, and only when speech and writing are superseded by telepathic communication and intuitive interaction, the plan and the technique of its expression will be realized more clearly. Now I express myself in symbols, I manipulate words in order to create a certain impression, I construct a thought form that, if dynamic enough, can impress the brain of a transmitting agent like you. However, while doing this, I know perfectly well. I am telling you about the laws and I am trying to formulate them clearly, but in fact I am dealing with those divine impulses that emanate from the cosmic creator and become laws when they produce consequences in the matter of space, without encountering practically any resistance. Other divine impulses, also cyclically emanating, do not yet carry such a strong vibration and therefore are not as powerful as the vibration of the united substance. These are the impulses to which we give the name of the spiritual and which, as we expect, will be established as the laws of the new era and will replace the current laws of the universe or merge with them. Together they will create a new world, a world of synthesis. 524. How can a part comprehend the whole? How can a soul, which has seen so far only a tiny particle of the structure, cognize the entire plan? Keep this in mind at all times as you study and comprehend these instructions. Remember that in light of the future knowledge of mankind, everything here is reminiscent of books to be read in high school compared to the textbooks used by a college professor. However, this book will help the aspirant to move from the palace of teaching to the palace of wisdom if he uses this information. Learn to be telepathic and intuitive, then all these verbal forms, these ideas clothed in the form will not be needed. You will then be able to stand face to face with pure truth and live and work in the realm of the idea, and not in the world of form. So, we leave a huge number of lives, covered by the meaningless phrase atomic substance, and move on to consider another group of captives of the planet, with whom it is easier to come into contact, whose general position can be better understood and who are closer to man. People are not yet sufficiently equipped to understand the nature of the units of electrical energy that make up what we call the universal soul and which has received the name anima mundi, the life and soul of the one who lives, moves and all embodied existences exist. For this, it is first necessary to understand, to some extent, the role played by the fourth kingdom of nature in relation to the whole, and the plan for the fulfillment of which there is that totality of forms, which we call the human race. We must study it from the point of view of the connection of the fourth kingdom with the whole, and not from the angle of the individual progressive development of man and the role that he, as a human unit, plays within the ring-pass knot of the human family. We will use the word humanity and talk about its mission and function in the grand scheme and in the implementation of the plan. we will mean humanity, consisting of all the sons of men. It includes, on the one hand, the hierarchy of adepts who deliberately incarnated on the physical plane in order to work, sharing all the limitations of the human kingdom, and, on the other hand, we have undeveloped types of people, still more animals than humans. Between these two poles we find many different types of people, developed and undeveloped, thinking and non-thinking, everyone to whom the word man refers. 525. Humanity is the energy center of the cosmos and is capable of three types of activity. First of all, humanity is responsive to the influx of spiritual energy. It flows into him from space, and, symbolically speaking, consists of three basic energies. 1. Spiritual energy, as we inadequately call it. It emanates from God the Father and reaches humanity from the level that is technically called the monadic plane, from the archetypal realm, the highest source that man can be aware of. So far, only a few people are so equipped that they are able to respond to this type of energy. For most, it practically does not exist. I use the words God the Father in the sense of the one self-existing life, or absolute being. 2. Sensitive energy, the energy that makes a person a soul. This is the principle of awareness, the ability to be aware, then something inherent in matter, when it is brought into connection with the spirit, that awakens responsiveness to the external wide area of contacts. This is what ultimately develops in a person the ability to be aware of the whole, I, which leads him to self-determination and knowledge of himself. When these qualities are developed, since they are not in the subhuman kingdoms, a person can begin to recognize the first, or spiritual, type of energy. The energy of the sentient consciousness comes from the second aspect of the deity, from the heart of the sun, just as the first, technically speaking, but also symbolically, emanates from the central spiritual sun. The analogues of these two types of force in a human being are nervous energy. 526. 3. Pranic energy or vitality. This is the vital force that is inherent in matter itself and in which all forms are immersed, forming parts of a larger form that perform certain functions. All forms respond to it. This type of energy comes from the physical sun and is actively working on the vital bodies of all forms of the natural world, including the physical form of humanity itself. In the terminology of the ageless wisdom, these three types of energy are called electric fire, solar fire, and fire of friction, and the essence of their connection with each other is summarized for us in the following words of the secret doctrine. Matter is the conductor for the manifestation of the soul on this plane of existence. The soul is the guide on a higher plane for the manifestation of the spirit, and these three are the Trinity, synthesized by life, which saturates them all. Etc. I.80. Humanity, being a meeting place for all three types of energy, thus forms a midpoint in the consciousness of the Creator. This midpoint must be mastered by the active creative agent in much the same way that the aspirant must learn to master his midpoints in that tiny piece of magical creative work that he is trying to promote. Humanity is destined to be a mediator in which certain types of activity can be manifested. In reality, humanity is the brain of the planetary deity, its many units are similar to the brain cells of the human apparatus. Just as the human brain, made up of countless sentient responsive cells, is capable of perceiving corresponding impressions when a state of rest is achieved. 527. Members of the hierarchy are those representatives of humanity who have acquired a state of peace and tranquility and are able to perceive impressions. Aspirants and disciples are like those brain cells that begin to respond to the main divine rhythm. They study the nature of the response. The masses of people are like millions of unused brain cells, which, according to psychologists and scientists, a person possesses, but does not use. You can ponder this analogy in more detail, but even at first glance it is obvious that when this correspondence is realized, it will become clear that the purpose of human existence, the task set before a group of world mystics and workers, and the ideal that attracts every aspirant, the same as in individual meditation, achieving such focused attention and mental calmness, in which you can come into contact with reality, register the true and the beautiful. Perceive the divine goal and transfer to the phenomenal form on the physical plane the necessary energy through which what is subjectively realized can be materialized. The aspirant does this by realizing the plan of his own soul. If he succeeds in his aspiration, the student learns to do this by realizing the group plan, and the initiate takes part in the realization of the planetary plan. Together they constitute the inner group of vital brain cells of the planetary brain, of the entire human group, and it is obvious that the stronger their joint vibration and the clearer the light reflected and transmitted by them, the faster the current inert masses of human cells are activated. The occult hierarchy is for planetary life that what the light in the head is for the average awakened student, but only on such a large scale and with such perfect inner alignment that students who read these instructions are not yet able to understand the true meaning of these words. It is necessary to understand that through humanity on the physical plane the nature of reality will be revealed, truth and beauty will be manifested, ultimately, the divine plan will be implemented, and all forms of nature will be transferred to the energy that will allow the manifestation of the inner spiritual reality. That through humanity on the physical plane the nature of reality will be revealed, truth and beauty will be manifested, ultimately, the divine plan will be implemented, and all forms of nature will be transferred to the energy that will allow the manifestation of the inner spiritual reality. That through humanity on the physical plane the nature of reality will be revealed, truth and beauty will be manifested, ultimately, the divine plan will be implemented, and all forms of nature will be transferred to the energy that will allow the manifestation of the inner spiritual reality. 528. 2. The second type of activity that a person is capable of is intensive progressive development in a spiral within the human ring pass knot. This phrase covers the mode of development and the entire process of opening up all the evolving units that we call humans. I will not consider it here. The history of the development of mankind, the whole topic of the disclosure of human consciousness, the history of all races and peoples who have lived or are living on our planet can be studied under this title. It is also possible to study under it what application has found humanity to all the energies that exist in the natural world, of which it is a part, including those inherent in the fourth kingdom itself and entering it from the world of spiritual realities. 3. The third type of activity, which should attract the attention of mankind and which is still little understood, is associated with the fact that it should serve as a center for the transmission of spiritual forces, the strength of the soul and spiritual energy, united and combined, to the captives of the planet and lives who are in embodied existence in the rest the kingdoms of nature. Human beings are naturally predisposed to prioritize their higher group relationships, their return to the Father's house and what we call aspiration upward, away from the phenomenal world. At the same time, they are mainly busy looking for that center in the aspect of form, which we call the soul, and having found it, cognition and disclosure of the soul, thus finding peace and tranquility. This is correct and in line with divine intent, but that is not all. From what is planned for a person, and if this continues to be the main task, a person is close to falling into the trap of spiritual egoism and isolation. 529. When such a center is found by a person, and he enters into connection with his soul and becomes at one with it, he automatically changes his position in the human family and, again expressed in symbols, reveals himself as a part of the center of light and understanding, which we esoterically call the occult hierarchy. A cloud of witnesses, disciples of Christ and some other names in accordance with the preferences of the disciple. The hierarchy is now trying to externalize itself in the form of a group of world workers, and if a person has opened his soul in himself and the principle of unity has been sufficiently revealed to him, he passes into the exoteric part of this group. All who are still looking for this center are not yet connected with either the inner or the outer groups. Then a person is attracted to magical work, to the salvation of souls and the release of the captives of the planet. This is the goal of humanity as a whole, and when all the sons of men have reached it, the captives will be set free. This will be due to the fact that magical work will be carried out consciously and with great skill, and human beings in group formation will serve as transmitters of purely spiritual energy that will animate every form of every kingdom in nature. 530. When considering the problem of the captives of the planet and their final release, it should be remembered that one of the forces underlying the entire evolutionary scheme is the principle of limitation. This is the primary impulse that conditions the act of creation and is closely related to the impulse of the will and its lowest reflection, desire. Will is a desire formulated so clearly and with such strength and understanding brought to the point of culmination that the way of its materialization is realized with such clarity and energized so purposefully that a result inevitably appears. However, only coordinated thinkers and truly self-conscious entities can express pure will. Desire is instinctively, or rather, inherent in all forms, since all forms and organisms are part of some primary thinker and are activated by the powerful impulse of this primary force. Therefore, the principle of limitation is the result of the action of a single-minded will and the formulated desire of any thinking being and, therefore, governs the process of taking form in all incarnating lives. The principle of limitation controls the boundaries of incarnation, sets its limits and rhythm, determines the radius of its influence and causes that illusory appearance of reality, which we call manifestation. 531. Prisoners of the planet fall into two categories. 1. Those lives that act under the influence of a conscious design and which themselves for some time limit the life that is in them. They consciously take form, seeing the end from the very beginning. These creatures, in turn, are divided into three main groups. A. The being, who is the life of our planet, the one who we live, move, and exist. This being, or the aggregate of organized lives, is sometimes called the planetary logos, sometimes the old days, sometimes God, and sometimes the one life. B. Those lives that form the principle of limitation in the kingdom of nature. For example, life expressing itself through the animal kingdom is a self-conscious, thinking entity, fully aware of its intention and task, and limiting its sphere of activity in order to provide due opportunity and manifestation to the myriad lives that have in it their life. Being and life support. See how the law of sacrifice runs through all creation. C. Sons of the mind, human souls, solar angels, divine sons of God, who fully self-consciously carry out certain well-perceived plans through the medium of the human family. 2. Those lives that are limited by form, because they are not self-conscious, but are unconscious constituents of a larger form. They have not yet evolved to the point where they can become self-conscious entities. It can be said that the second category includes all existences, but the line of dividing between self-imposed limitation and unreasonable acceptance of form runs exclusively in the sphere of consciousness. Some lives are captives and they know it. Others are prisoners and do not know about it. The key to suffering lies right here in the realm of the mind. Pain and suffering, rebellion and a conscious desire to improve and change conditions take place only where the so-called individuality is present, where the I factor controls and where the self-conscious entity functions. There is, of course, the equivalent of suffering in the subhuman kingdoms, but that is something else. It has nothing to do with the consciousness of one's I. Subhuman life forms suffer, experience discomfort and suffer the pain of death, but they lack the ability to remember and predict. They do not have the mental understanding that allows them to relate the past to the present and expect in the future. They are not familiar with the pangs of foreboding. Their whole reaction to what is called fatal circumstances is so different from human that it is difficult for us to understand it. The ancient commentary describes both groups in the following terms. 532. The sons of God, who know, see, and hear, and knowing, they know, suffer from the pain of conscious limitation. Deep in the very depths of conscious being, the state of lost freedom eats away at them like an ulcer. Pain, sickness, poverty, and deprivation are seen as such, and every son of God suffers from them. He knows what is inside himself. Before he became a prisoner, having entered the form, he did not know the pain. Disease and death, corruption and decay did not affect him. The riches of the universe belonged to him, and he did not know about hardships. The lives that come into form along with the self-conscious lives, the Deva lives that build the forms inhabited by all the sons of God, do not know pain, loss, and poverty. The form decomposes, the rest of the forms are removed, but what is required for nourishing and strengthening the external is not. However, without the will and the planned intention, they do not feel deterioration and do not know the real revolt. It is appropriate here to say a few words about suffering, although I have no special, new information about the evolution of the human hierarchy through suffering. Devas do not experience suffering as the human race does. The speed of their rhythm is higher, but more constant, although it is in accordance with the law. They learn through their use in the work of construction and through incorporation into the form of what they are building. They develop, feeling more and more subtly the built forms and the work being done, and thanks to the joy that they receive from this. Devas build and humanity destroys, breaking forms, a person learns through his dissatisfaction. Thus, agreement will be reached in the work be of greatest builders. Suffering is that piercing upward through matter, which brings a person to the feet of the Logos. Suffering is following the line of greatest resistance and thereby reaching the top of the mountain. Suffering is the destruction of form and the revelation of the inner fire. Suffering is the attainment, through the coldness of isolation, of the warmth of the central sun. Suffering is burning in a furnace in order to finally know the coolness of the water of life. Suffering is a journey to a distant land, ending with a warm welcome at the Father's house. Suffering is the illusion of the Father's renunciation that draws the prodigal son directly to the Father's heart. Suffering is through the cross of ultimate loss the return of eternally pouring riches. Suffering is a whip, forcing the obstinate builder to bring the construction of the temple to the utmost perfection. 533. There are many ways in which suffering affects. They lead the human soul from darkness to light, from bondage to liberation, from torment to pacification. This pacification, this light, this liberation, together with the predetermined harmony of the cosmos, are intended for all sons of men. The problem of liberation is directly related to the problem of limitation. All that lives enters the dungeon of form. Some enter consciously and some unconsciously, and we call this birth, manifestation, incarnation, manifestation. Another law or active principle immediately comes into play, which we call the law of cycles. This principle of periodic manifestation is the beneficial effect of love wisdom inherent in divinity, since it causes that sequence of states of consciousness that we call time. The latter determines in the global field of awareness a gradual slow growth in the direction of self-expression, self-esteem, and self-realization. One more principle is added to the constraint and cycle principles, the expansion principle. It leads to the development of consciousness, so that the latent germ of sensitivity. 534. Thus, we have three principles. The constraint principle, the principle of periodic manifestation, expansion principle. These three principles together constitute the factors underlying the law of evolution, as people call it. They cause the imprisonment of life in its various manifestations, or aspects. They create the surrounding forms and lead imprisoned lives through various dungeons, where they are consistently brought up. Ultimately, the time comes when the principle of liberation is activated and the transition is made from a prison that constrains, restricts, and distorts, to one that provides suitable conditions for the next stage of the development of consciousness. It is interesting to note that death is governed by the principle of liberation, not the principle of limitation. Death is recognized as a factor only by self-conscious lives, but misunderstood by human beings, the most fascinated and deluded of all embodied lives. The next thing to note is that each kingdom in nature functions in two ways. As a liberator from the realm of life forms that have not reached his particular stage of conscious awareness. Like a prison for the lives that have passed into it from the previous level of consciousness. It should always be remembered that each area of awareness within its boundaries forms a prison, and that the goal of the entire work of liberation is to free the consciousness and expand its area of contact. Where there are boundaries of one kind or another, where the area of influence is outlined and the radius of contact is limited, a prison is obtained. Ponder on this statement because there is a lot of truth in it. When the ability to perceive a vision is acquired and a vast untapped area of contacts is realized, then a feeling of imprisonment and constraint inevitably appears. When one realizes how many worlds are to be mastered, how many truths to learn, how many victories to win, how many desires to fulfill, how much knowledge to master, then a heightened sense of limitation appears, prompting the striving for a new effort and enthralling a living entity along the path of evolution. The instinct governing the plant and animal kingdoms develops into intelligence in the human family. Later, the intellect develops into intuition, and intuition develops into enlightenment. When superhuman consciousness awakens, intuition and enlightenment take the place of instinct and intellect. 535. Enlightenment, where does it lead? Straight to the top of achievement, to the completion of the cycle of reincarnation, to the manifestation of radiant glory, to wisdom, to power, to the consciousness of God. But these words mean little or nothing in comparison with the reality, which can be felt by any human being only when his intuition is already awakened and his mind is enlightened. After comprehending what has been said about imprisonment, how can a person practically become a liberating agent for the captives of the planet? What can humanity as a whole achieve in this direction? What can an individual do? The task of humanity is divided, basically, into 3 areas of application of labor. 3 groups of prisoners can be freed and they will eventually find their way out of prison with the help of a human. Human beings are already working in all 3 realms. 536. Prisoners trapped within human form. This means working with your fellows. Prisoners inside the animal kingdom, a lot is already being done in this area. Prisoners inside the forms of the plant world. And here the work has already begun. A great work is being done by man for the liberation of people, and thanks to scientific, religious, and educational efforts, human consciousness is steadily expanding, so that one by one the sons of God break through their limitations into the world of souls. With a retrospective look at history, the picture of the disclosure of the freed captive, the man, is seen clearly. Gradually man mastered the planet, gradually he grew from the stage of a caveman to the stage of Shakespeare, Newton, Leonardo da Vinci, Einstein, St. Francis of Assisi, Christ, and Buddha. Human ability to attain in any area of human expression seems almost unlimited, and if the past few millennia have witnessed such staggering growth, then what will we see in the next 5,000 years? If a prehistoric man, little different from an animal, has grown to a genius, what kind of revelation awaits us, as the inner divinity makes its presence more and more tangible? The Superman is within us. What will the world reveal when the whole human race will strive for a concrete manifestation of superhuman powers? Human consciousness is liberated in various directions and dimensions. It expands into the world of spiritual realities and begins to encompass the 5th, or spiritual realm, the realm of souls. Thanks to scientific research, it penetrates into the world of superhuman aspiration, studying many aspects of the form of God and the forms that make up this form. 537. As for the work of humanity in the liberation of its constituent units and the liberation of the captives of the plant and animal kingdoms, I would like to emphasize 2 deepest importance of the moment. First, in order to free the captives of the planet who are encompassed by the concept of subhuman, a person must work under the influence of intuition, while working to free his fellows, one must learn the essence of enlightenment. When the true nature of service is comprehended, it turns out that it is an aspect of that divine energy, which is always directed by the aspect of destruction, since it destroys forms with the aim of liberation. Service is the manifestation of the principle of liberation. Death and service are 2 aspects of this principle. Service saves, liberates, and releases consciousness imprisoned at various levels. The same can be said about death. However, unless service is based on an intuitive understanding of all the accompanying facts, interpreted intellectually, and is not carried out in the spirit of love on the physical plane, a person fails to fulfill his mission properly. When service acquires the factor of spiritual enlightenment, that light appears, which illuminates the road for humanity, acting as a searchlight on the great ocean of consciousness, revealing to a person the path which he can and must walk. I want to emphasize one more thing. I have not given any special rules for the release of the planet's captives. I have not given any classification of prisons with their prisoners, or methods of work, or techniques for liberation. 538. I only encourage everyone and everyone who reads these instructions to renew their efforts and prepare for service, consciously, deliberately trying to develop intuition and achieve enlightenment. Each human being who achieves the goal of light and wisdom automatically acquires a sphere of influence that extends both up and down, and penetrates both inward, to the source of light, and outward, reaching the zones of darkness. Then the person becomes the conscious center of the life-bearing force, and without any effort. He stimulates, energizes, and encourages new efforts all the lives with which he comes in contact, be it his fellow aspirant, an animal, or a flower. It serves as a transmitter of light into darkness. He dissipates glamour around him and brings a radiance of reality. When the multitude of the sons of men are capable of this, humanity will begin its assigned work of planetary service. Its mission is to serve as a bridge between the world of spirit and the world of material forms. Matter of all degrees is present in man, and all states of consciousness are available to him. The human race can work in all directions, raise subhuman kingdoms to heaven and lower heaven to earth. 539. Rule 13. The magician must recognize the four, distinguish in his work the shades of violet that are inherent in them, and thus build a shadow. When this is done, the shadow is clothed and the four become a family. Recognizable quaterners. 541. This rule is one of the most difficult to explain, and there are 3 reasons. First, the number of people in physical embodiment who can work truly creatively and use the information set out in this rule is extremely small. Only to a white magician who is experienced in his work can the true meaning of this rule be revealed. Communicating the essence of these rules to those who do not have special training for the correct work carries a great danger. Therefore, we will discuss what level of training is required for those who are eligible for this knowledge so that the student can begin to develop the missing qualities. Second, the danger of publishing detailed instructions is that if they were now given out to the world, it would be filled with thought forms, and these thought forms would be created to express purely selfish desires. And mental matter would be involved in activity to satisfy whims and the whims of a spiritually undeveloped person. It must be remembered that any human thought, be it powerful mass thoughts or individual dynamic ideas, must eventually manifest itself objectively on the physical plane. This is an inevitable and unchanging rule, and a proper understanding of this law governing mental substance will show both the danger of wrong thinking and the power of right thinking. The power of human thought is currently determined mainly by the masses, because only a few are able to think creatively. Public opinion, mass ideas, tendencies of human desire and thinking today are far from the highest order, and the physical deposition of these vaguely formulated thoughts, similar to each other, colored with selfish intention and personal desire and based on likes and dislikes, prejudices and passions, can be traced to the most unexpected occurrences. The huge swarms of insects that have flooded our planet and are of increasing concern to scientists, agricultural workers, and all those responsible for the welfare of humans and animals are a direct consequence of the deposition of such thoughts. Vaguely formulated thoughts, similar to each other, colored by egoistic intention and personal aspiration and based on likes and dislikes, prejudices, and passions, can be traced in the most unexpected phenomena. The huge swarms of insects that have flooded our planet and are of increasing concern to scientists, agricultural workers, and all those responsible for the welfare of humans and animals are a direct consequence of the deposition of such thoughts. Vaguely formulated thoughts, similar to each other, colored by egoistic intention and personal aspiration and based on likes and dislikes, prejudices, and passions, can be traced in the most unexpected phenomena. The huge swarms of insects that have flooded our planet and are of increasing concern to scientists, agricultural workers, and all those responsible for the welfare of humans and animals are a direct consequence of the deposition of such thoughts. 542. I don't have time to go into details, but I assure you that as soon as people learn to think more disinterested and purely, as soon as anger, hatred, and competition give way to brotherhood, kindness and cooperation, the invasion of harmful insects, as they are now called, without any doubt, will stop. Third, another difficulty that I have in explaining the rules is that today it is easier to prove the existence of a sphere of mind than to prove the existence of a sphere of ether, even if scientists use this word widely. This rule concerns the 4 degrees of etheric substance, which form the etheric shell for all forms of nature, from mountain to ant, from plant to atom. Some scientists admit the existence of the etheric body, a huge number do not, and it remains unrecognized by the human masses. What is closest to us and what is most noticeable is often overlooked, and for those of us who instruct and guide. It was interesting to note how much emphasis is placed on psychic and astral phenomena and how little attention is paid to the more obvious and easier discernible etheric forms and forces. It is enough to slightly change the current focus of vision, as it turns out that the human eye is able to cover a completely new area of perception and awareness. People recklessly turn their consciousness inward and perceive astral objects in that illusory world of eternally changing forms in which we live, move, and exist, and yet they fail to see what is under their noses. 543. These 3 difficulties. Lack of necessary training. The dangers of unconscious form building. Ether blindness. In fact, they deprive me of the opportunity to pay due attention to this rule and to illuminate the work on the ethereal levels, hence the comparative brevity of my description. Discussing the subject of training and answering the question, what is the equipment needed for a white magician? I will say one thing, all students realize that the fulfillment of certain requirements is obligatory if a person wants to be entrusted with certain information about the technique of the great work. However, I take it for granted that our question is not about character building. Aspirants know, and have been taught this in all ages, that a clear mind and a pure heart, a love of truth and a life of service and altruism are the main prerequisites, and if they are not there, then nothing will help, and none of the great secrets can be reported. Here you have the right to object. We were taught that there are those who work in the 4 ethers and, no doubt, perform magical actions, but who still do not possess this essential purity and mercy. Of course it is, they belong to a group of workers in matter whom we call black magicians. They are intellectually highly developed and are able to induce mental substance, or mental substance, in such a way that it can achieve objectivity on the physical plane and contribute to the realization of their latent intentions. There are great misunderstandings and profound ignorance about this group. Probably, this is for the best, since their fate is connected with the future 6th race, and their end and the cessation of their activities will come in that distant eon, which is technically called the 6th circle. The final break, or separation, between the so-called black and white forces in this particular world cycle will occur during the period of the 6th root race in the current round. Towards the end of the 6th root race, before the 7th comes, we will experience the real Armageddon of which so much has been proclaimed. The minor cycle corresponding to this final battle and schism will take place during the 6th subrace, which is now in the process of formation. The just ended World War and our current cycle of isolation and upheaval are not true Armageddon. The war about which the Mahabharata narrates, and the present war, originated alone in the lower, the other in the higher astral world. Selfishness and low desires became the impulses to start them. The great division to come will have its roots in the mental world and will end in the 6th subrace. In the 6th root race, an unprecedented catastrophe will occur due to the fact that they will conflict, coordinating the Trinity, mind, astrality and physical nature, which will create a climax for planetary duality. 544. Further details are superfluous, since humanity of the 6th circle will be so different in nature from us, and those who will fight for black and white forces will be so inconsistent with what we now understand by these words that we do not need to try to understand this such a distant problem. Remember that a true black magician, I do not mean those with a predisposition to black magic here, is a soulless entity. This is a being whose ego, as we now understand this term, does not. This is often overlooked and therefore few people realize that they, therefore, cannot exist in physical bodies. Their world is always the world of illusion. They work from the lower mental plane on the matter of desire, on the feeling bodies of desires of those people on the physical plane who are gripped by delusion and are held in the fetters of extreme egoism and self-centeredness. He whom the ignorant calls a black magician on the physical plane is only a man or woman who is susceptible to or in contact with the influences of a true black magician on the astral plane. Such a connection becomes possible only when many lives pass in egoism, low desire, perverted intellectual striving and love for lower psychism, and only if a person readily, without coercion, allows himself to be enslaved. There are very few such men and women, since the purest selfishness is really rare. If it is, then it is extremely powerful, like all unidirectional tendencies. 545. The key to more esoteric claims is given in Rule 13. The magician must recognize it is assumed that he has already formed a wonderful character. He raised himself to serve. His aspiration is true and unshakable. He lives a pure, selfless life. He has mastered meditation to some extent. Now he has to train in what is called occult discrimination. This rule is an interesting example of a variety of meanings and numerical ratios that can be summarized in a few simple words. We are told that he must recognize the Treatise on Cosmic Fire says. 546. This literally means that the magician must be able to distinguish the different ethers from each other and to recognize the specific shade of each level in order to thereby ensure a balanced construction of the shadow. He recognizes them in the occult sense, in other words, he knows their tone and keynote and is aware of what particular type of energy they embody. Not enough attention has been paid to the fact that the three higher levels of the etheric plane are vibrationally connected with the three higher planes of the cosmic physical plane, and they, with the fourth level surrounding them on all sides, are called in the occult books reverse tetractys. It is this knowledge that allows the magician to own the three types of planetary force and their combination, or the fourth type, and thereby release that vital energy that brings the idea into objectivity. Therefore, the most obvious sense is the recognition of the four ethers, but this, in turn, depends on the understanding of other meanings and is based on the recognition of other quaternaries. I would like to give a short list of some of the skills necessary for the white magician, and some of the discriminations that should gradually appear in his mind. First, he must recognize the form-making one. In other words, the first quaternary that he should know, and know well, is the one that, in fact, he is himself. Physical body, sentient emotional nature, mind, and soul. Soul, mind, brain, an outer world of forces. Spirit, soul, and body within the great whole. This presupposes the existence of real spiritual attainment and, therefore, the disclosure of the ability to function as a soul. While this is not the case, one can be aspiring to the practice of white magic, but not yet a white magician. 547. Secondly, it must recognize a quadrangle city. He must understand the meaning of the expression man-cube, and this is in three aspects. He himself as a human being. His brothers associated with him and with the whole. The fourth, or the human kingdom of nature, if we consider this kingdom as an entity, as an organized life, functioning on the physical plane, endowed with a soul and animated by the spirit. So, this means that as a person he subtly feels those who are like him, and is also aware of the goal towards which the kingdom to which he belongs is striving. This can be best summed up in a wonderful passage from ancient scripture from the archives of the masters. It is said to date back to early Atlantic times. The material on which it is written is so ancient and fragile that all that is at the disposal of the teachers themselves is a deposition made from it. The original is kept in Shambhala. Here is this excerpt with some bills that are not yet timed to be made public. In the four corners of the square, four angelic ones are visible. They are orange, but hidden in pink light. A yellow flame is visible inside each mold, and a blue flame around each mold. 4 words they utter, one for each human race, but not the sacred sound that engenders the 7th. 2 words have died away, 4 are being heard today. One thing sounds in spheres so high that a person is not able to enter there as a person. So 7 words of a person sound in a square, passing from mouth to mouth. Every day a person's words take shape and appear different. The words will be like this. A word is chanted from the north, which means, be pure. From the south the word is heard, I am faithful, and from the east, carrying divine light, comes the word, circling the square, love everything. The answer comes from the west, I serve. This is a feeble attempt to portray in modern language ancient Atlantic phrases, older than Sanskrit or Centaur and known only to a few members of the present hierarchy. However, in thoughts of purity, fidelity, love, and service, the nature and destiny of man are summed up, and it should be remembered that they do not mean so-called spiritual qualities, but powerful occult forces, dynamic when they induce, and creative when they create a result. This should be thought out deeply by all aspirants. Thus, with these 4 added to the first, spiritual attainment, we have 5 of the qualities necessary for a white magician. 548. Thirdly, the white magician must recognize the cross stretched out in the sky, on which the cosmic Christ is crucified and on which the white magician, being a cage in the body of the cosmic Christ, is also crucified. Technically and astrologically speaking, in the current eon, he must understand the innermost meaning of Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius, since they are especially powerful in our world cycle. He must, if one can express this symbolically and at the same time accurately, be able to correctly pronounce what is the goal of his aspiration in each of these 4 signs and when each of these 4 energies affects him. In Taurus, he should be able to say, I seek enlightenment, I myself am the light. In Leo, he says, I know that I am one. I rule through the law. The word he utters in Scorpio is, illusion cannot hold me back. I'm a bird, flying absolutely free. In Aquarius, his words are as follows, I am a minister and I am a dispenser of living water. These occult skills, which I have briefly touched upon, must be carefully studied by the aspirant, and as he learns and lives by these rules, he acquires various characteristics. It should be remembered that everything stated here has a different meaning on each plane and in relation to each of the 7 levels of consciousness manifested in these 7 areas of awareness. 549. As for the aspirant who reads our instructions, he must transcend the 4 noble truths, learn the meaning of the 4 gospels, understand the meaning and purpose of the 4 elements, earth, water, fire, and air, and, speaking esoterically, pass as savior through the 4 kingdoms. This last phrase can only be really understood at the 4th initiation. When he does this, he will be able to say, desire does not hold me back, now I am free. I desire everything and nothing. I live and I die, I sacrifice myself and I am reborn again, I come and go of my own accord. The earth lies under my feet, and the water washes over my form. Fire destroys what blocks my path, and I am the Lord of air. My feet pass through the whole world of forms. Everything now exists for me, and I, the servant of the whole, abide. Study these words and note how much your understanding of the ideal equipment requirements for a white magician has grown. I could elaborate on this topic and describe many other quaternaries, but a few considered are sufficient to show what kinds of discrimination an aspirant should try to acquire. The only quaternary that I will pay attention to is that which is composed of the violet 4 or 4 types of energy, which form the vital or etheric bodies of all forms of the natural world. Here again we see 3 higher and 1 lower, which always mean 3 aspects, or principles, deities, and the form through which these 3 are to manifest. Spirit, soul, and body, as well as what is born from their interaction, express the same idea from a different angle. Always remember that from the point of view of reality, what we call a dense physical body, tangible and objective, is just an illusion. Ancient scriptures remind us over and over again that it is not a principle. Why is this so? Because the physical body is only visibility, it is born of the union of 3 higher fourths, and this appearance is a fiction, a figment of the imagination, an invention of the human mind. I am not speaking allegorically, I am only setting out a fact of nature, a fact that is gradually receiving the close attention of philosophers of both hemispheres. As in the solar system, the macrocosm for the microcosm, so in the microcosm there are always three higher planes that embody the principles and carry out a dynamic plan, and also form the four levels of the etheric body of both God and man. If we consider them from the point of view of the so-called energy or from the physical side, these four planes are reflected as the four levels of the etheric division on the physical plane when it comes to the formation of physical bodies of all forms. These four etheric levels, or these 4 degrees of the vital substance, form that what is called the true form of all material objects or phenomena. They respond to the 4 higher types of spiritual energy that we usually call divine. This connection between the prototype trinity and the plane of its merger with the etheric reflection is present in all forms according to the type of predominant energy. All 4 types are present in each of the 4 kingdoms of nature, but the 4th etheric type is more fully expressed in the mineral kingdom than in the human kingdom, while the higher of the 4 ethers is present in greater proportion in the human kingdom than in the other 3 kingdoms. What I am reporting may confuse the neophyte, since the words energy, dynamic design, vitality, and etheric substance mean little to a beginner. But they indicate a certain knowledge that a worker of white magic must acquire. This can be illustrated with the following example. Working in the mineral kingdom, the 4th kingdom of nature from the point of view of God and the 1st from the point of view of time and space, the white magician works with the 4th cosmic ether, Buddhic energy, using the ether of the 4th degree of his own body as an energy transmitting agent, and so on. In relation to the other 3 kingdoms of nature, one of the mysteries, fortunately, not yet revealed, is connected with the question of whether light purple is the color of the highest or the lowest of the 4 ethers, and it will remain hidden for some time. Using the 4th degree ether of their own body as an energy transmitting agent, and so on with respect to the other 3 kingdoms of nature. One of the mysteries, fortunately, not yet revealed, is connected with the question of whether light purple is the color of the highest or the lowest of the 4 ethers, and it will remain hidden for some time. Using the 4th degree ether of their own body as an energy transmitting agent, and so on with respect to the other 3 kingdoms of nature. One of the mysteries, fortunately, not yet revealed, is connected with the question of whether light purple is the color of the highest or the lowest of the 4 ethers, and it will remain hidden for some time. 550. Consideration of the various quaternaries that a white magician needs to comprehend, and the qualities that he must possess before he is allowed to fail magical work, leads to the following question: is there any basic formula or phrase that governs magical activity? This question, of course, is too general and vague, but until the inclusion, or the ability to contain, of the human mind increases in comparison with its current level, such questions will inevitably arise. I can give a short answer that contains the key to this whole process. Correctly understood, it determines the method of work and the mental life of the worker of white magic. My answer is this: potencies cause sedimentation. The whole story is contained in these 3 words. They summarize the history of the Creator and the history of the life and environment of every human being. They are responsible for everything that is. They also determine the law of reincarnation. These potencies are activated by the power of thinking, which is why, teaching aspirants to be creators, recommending how to direct and control their own destiny, the guides of the race begin with their mental aspect. They start with what will determine the potency. They deal with what creates an objective form that has the necessary qualities that have appeared thanks to them, energized by them and fulfilling the intention of the thinker. Therefore, the thinker is the main factor, and as you study these words, it will become clear to you what is happening in the world today. Our modern civilization, despite all its mistakes and delusions, is aimed at creating thinkers. Education, books, various kinds of travel, discoveries of science and philosophy, and that driving inner urge that we call religious, but which in reality is a striving for truth and its mental confirmation, all these factors are characterized by one goal: to generate thinkers. In a real thinker, we have a nascent creator, a person who, at first unconsciously, and then consciously, gains power in order to beseech or cause the emergence of objective forms. Such forms either correspond to the divine purpose and plan and, therefore, advance the cause of evolution. 552. And 4 are involved in this process. Thinker. Potency. The quality of this potency. Deposition. Sedimentation of thought forms. What is sedimentation? Many definitions can be given. Most of them, when clothed in words, lose their true meaning, but some idea of it can be expressed in the following words. Precipitation is an aggregate of energies, arranged in a certain order in a certain form in order to express the idea of a creative thinker, an aggregate endowed with quality, or characterized by the nature of his thought, and retained in this concrete form as long as his thought remains dynamic. These words represent an attempt to describe a symbol from the same ancient book, or rather a compilation, to which we referred earlier when discussing Rule 13. Undoubtedly, such symbols preserved from the distant past serve, so to speak, as the working tools of the thinkers who direct our racial and planetary evolution. This special symbol can be described as follows. 553. The shining sun forms the background, an eye appears in the very center of the sun, down and to the right, a stream of energy emanates from the eye in the form of a beam of light. It radiates outward, expanding to the edge in the second circle, and in this circle there is a cross that resembles the so-called Maltese cross. In the center of the cross is the other eye, inside the eye is the sacred word. Between the crossbars of the cross, forming another cross, the swastika is visible, its crossbars protrude from behind the Maltese cross. At the bottom of the symbol page, there are 4 geometric shapes. Some of them were mentioned by HPB, she took them from this ancient drawing. They are well known, but rarely used by esotericists in creative work. This is a cube, a 5-pointed star, a 6-pointed star and an octahedral diamond, superimposed on each other. They therefore form the base of the symbol. HPB also mentions the point lines and circles, but they, along with the triangle, esoterically refer to the divine and the manifested universe. Later, other forms will also be correlated with God and man in an exoteric sense. However, this will only happen after the truths of the ageless wisdom are universally recognized. The laws of thought are the laws of creation, and all creative work takes place on etheric levels, which practically constitute the second formula of creation. The creator of the solar system focuses on the work being done on the so-called 4 higher planes of our system. The 3 lower planes, which form the dense cosmic physical plane, represent something similar to precipitation. They are objective, since the matter of space responds to the potency of the 4 higher etheric vibrations, or is attracted by it. These vibrations, in turn, are motivated, or activated, by the dynamic impulse of divine thought. The same process is carried out by man. As soon as a person becomes a thinker and is able to formulate his thought, he desires its manifestation and is able to energize with the help of recognition the 4 ethers. Dense physical manifestation is inevitable. He attracts with his pranic energy, colored by high or low desire and animated by the potency of his thought, as much of the responsive matter of space as is needed to give a body to his form. 554. This topic is discussed in more detail in the Treatise on Cosmic Fire, and since these instructions are intended to deal with the inner development of the aspirant, I will not develop these ideas, but only predict that within 50 years the true meaning of deposition will attract the attention of scholars. It would be well for students of the occult to ponder this topic carefully, and this can be done by looking at it from 2 angles. It is possible, first of all, to study the objective world in which the individual aspirant finds himself. He will need to comprehend the fact that his body of manifestation is precipitation, that it is the result of his powerful thought and desire, as well as his recognition of the 4 ethers. He will need to understand that this form created by him will exist as long as it is held together by the dynamic power of his thinking, and that it will dissipate when he, occultly speaking, looks away. He must also learn that his environment is the result of the group work of the aggregate of thinkers, the group to which he belongs. This concept can be traced from the family group to the ego group, which, being closely interconnected, form a group at the highest level of the mental plane, and then to the 7 main thinkers of the universe, the lords of the 7 rays. These 7, in turn, are activated by the 3 supreme magical workers, the manifested Trinity. And the Trinity will in due time be recognized as responding to the thought of the one Creator, the unmanifest Logos. Form a group at the highest level of the mental plane, and then up to the 7 main thinkers of the universe, the lords of the 7 rays. These 7, in turn, are activated by the 3 supreme magical workers, the manifested Trinity. And the Trinity will in due time be recognized as responding to the thought of the one Creator, the unmanifest Logos. Form a group at the highest level of the mental plane, and then up to the 7 main thinkers of the universe, the lords of the 7 rays. These 7, in turn, are activated by the 3 supreme magical workers, the manifested Trinity. And the Trinity will in due time be recognized as responding to the thought of the one Creator, the unmanifest Logos. 555. The word discernment is one of the most important in the language of occultism. It contains the key to the mystery of being. It is associated with karmic activities, and the activity of the lords of time and space depends on the ability to recognize. This is difficult to clarify in ordinary terms, but it can be said that it is God's own task to demonstrate the threefold discernment. Recognition of the past, which certainly includes the recognition of that matter of space, which, thanks to the past connection, is already colored by his thought and design. The recognition of the 4 degrees of lives, which, again, thanks to the past connection, are able to respond to his new thought in the present and, therefore, can carry out his plans and work in cooperation with him. They subordinate their individual aspirations to a single divine plan. Recognition of the task that exists in his mind. This, in turn, requires unidirectional focusing on the ultimate goal and stable preservation of the plan in the mind, despite all the vicissitudes of creative work and despite the power of many divine thinkers attracted to him by the similarity of the idea. It is useless to try to avoid the use of personal pronouns when describing a symbolic picture. If the student understands that the attempt to reduce cosmic principles and concepts to words is in itself laughable and that the only thing that can be done is to conventionally portray a picture, then there will be no harm. However, the pictures change with the course of evolution, and the picture of today will, over time, be considered nothing more than primitive children's scribbles. Then a new picture will be presented, simpler, more harmonious and beautiful, and then it, in turn, will cease to be adequate. 556. The same discrimination, only on a smaller scale, determines the activity of the solar angel, engaged in the work of incarnation and manifestation on the physical plane. He, in turn, has to recognize the matter of the 3 planes of human expression, already colored by his vibration due to the past connection. He has to recognize the groups of lives with which he has been connected and with which he must work again. Finally, he must, during a tiny cycle of incarnation, steadily maintain his plan and make sure that in each life this plan is brought to a fuller manifestation and completion. The work of a human being trying to become a creative thinker also requires similar discriminations. His creative work will be successful if he can recognize the tendency of his mind as it is revealed through his present interests, because these interests are rooted in the past. His work will be successful if he can recognize the vibration of that group of lives, in accordance with the thoughts of which his creative work should progress, since, unlike the deity of the solar system, he is not able to work alone. And who can say whether our deity is more free from cosmic group influences in those large spheres of existence in which it plays its role than the human individual is free from the impact of the impulses of his environment? Also, a person must first recognize the plan, for the sake of which he considers it necessary to build a thought form, and must hold this plan steadily and without weakening his attention throughout the entire period of objectivity. We call this one-pointed attention, and this kind of creative work is one of the as yet unrecognized goals of the meditative process. So far, the emphasis has been on achieving focused attention and, after it has been achieved, on the need to make contact with the soul, the spiritual thinker. However, the coming decades will witness the emergence of the technique of creation. When the soul, mind, and brain unite and the ease of such unification has been developed, further instructions in the creative art will be given. Meditation is the first basic lesson taught when one becomes able to function on the mental plane, and must maintain this intention steadily and without weakening attention during the entire period of objectivity. We call this one-pointed attention, and this kind of creative work is one of the as yet unrecognized goals of the meditative process. So far, the emphasis has been on achieving focused attention and, after it has been achieved, on the need to make contact with the soul, the spiritual thinker. However, the coming decades will witness the emergence of the technique of creation. When the soul, mind, and brain unite and the ease of such unification has been developed, further instructions in the creative art will be given. Meditation is the first basic lesson taught when one becomes able to function on the mental plane, and must maintain this intention steadily and without weakening attention during the entire period of objectivity. We call this one-pointed attention, and this kind of creative work is one of the as yet unrecognized goals of the meditative process. So far, the emphasis has been on achieving focused attention and, after it has been achieved, on the need to make contact with the soul, the spiritual thinker. However, the coming decades will witness the emergence of the technique of creation. When the soul, mind, and brain unite and the ease of such unification has been developed, further instructions in the creative art will be given. Meditation is the first basic lesson taught when one becomes able to function on the mental plane. We call this one-pointed attention, and this kind of creative work is one of the as yet unrecognized goals of the meditative process. So far, the emphasis has been on achieving focused attention and, after it has been achieved, on the need to make contact with the soul, the spiritual thinker. However, the coming decades will witness the emergence of the technique of creation. When the soul, mind, and brain unite and the ease of such unification has been developed, further instructions in the creative art will be given. Meditation is the first basic lesson taught when one becomes able to function on the mental plane. We call this one-pointed attention, and this kind of creative work is one of the as yet unrecognized goals of the meditative process. So far, the emphasis has been on achieving focused attention and, after it has been achieved, on the need to make contact with the soul, the spiritual thinker. However, the coming decades will witness the emergence of the technique of creation. When the soul, mind, and brain unite and the ease of such unification has been developed, further instructions in the creative art will be given. Meditation is the first basic lesson taught when one becomes able to function on the mental plane. How it was achieved, on the need to come into contact with the soul, the spiritual thinker. However, the coming decades will witness the emergence of the technique of creation. When the soul, mind, and brain unite and the ease of such unification has been developed, further instructions in the creative art will be given. Meditation is the first basic lesson taught when one becomes able to function on the mental plane. How it was achieved, on the need to come into contact with the soul, the spiritual thinker. However, the coming decades will witness the emergence of the technique of creation. When the soul, mind, and brain unite and the ease of such unification has been developed, further instructions in the creative art will be given. Meditation is the first basic lesson taught when one becomes able to function on the mental plane. 557. During the great cycle of the Wheel of Rebirth, the idea of the solar angel is brought to complete precipitation. Treatise on Cosmic Fire, p. 1024. Each life sees the original design more and more clearly, and time is literally the length of a thought. The same basic truth underlies the creation of all forms on the physical plane, whether we are talking about a thought form that embodies the persistent human desire for selfish possession, or about a thought form of what we call a group, or an organization, and which is animated by an unselfish purpose and embodies a way of helping humanity. From the side of some student, the urge to help is at the heart of group work if you think of the group as an entity. If a group can appreciate the power of this fact and recognize its opportunity, it can truly devote itself to the work of service through a one-pointed pursuit of purpose and a focused attention on a spiritual task. It will be helpful here to provide some fairly simple requirements for the manifestation of an individual or group spiritual plan. They can be summarized in 3 words: force, detachment, lack of criticism. How often, due to daily use, the true meaning and esoteric value of simple words is belittled. 558. Let me present a few considerations about each of them, only applicable to the creative work of white magic. The expression of strength depends on 2 factors. A. Purity of design. B. Lack of obstacles. Students would be amazed to see their motives as we see them as we work on the subjective side of existence. The mixed motive prevails everywhere. Pure motive is rare, and where it is, there is always success and achievement. A pure motive can be exclusively selfish and personal, or disinterested and spiritual. As for the aspirant, his motive is between these 2 poles. However, the magnitude of the potency will correspond to the sincerity of the intention and the purity of the intention. The teacher of the teachers said, "If your eye is clean, then your whole body will be bright." His words set forth the principle underlying all creative work, and we can relate the idea that he put into words with the symbol described earlier in this treatise. Strength, light, vitality, and manifestation. This is the correct sequence. Therefore, it is understandable why the manifested unit, man, is called upon to be active in his quest and cultivate aspiration. When his aspiration becomes strong enough, he is encouraged to learn to steadily keep his mind in the light. When he learns to do this, he gains strength and that clear eye that reveals the glory of inner divinity. However, until he has gone through this developmental process, he cannot be trusted with strength. The procedure is as follows. The individual aspirant begins to manifest to some extent the plan of the soul in his life on the physical plane. He transforms desire into striving, and such striving is vitally important and correct. He comprehends the meaning of light. When he masters the technique of meditation, and this is what certain schools exist now, he can continue to master the power, since he learned to function as a divine thinker. He is now a co-worker in contact with the divine plan. 559. However, as all students know, the number of obstacles is legion. Obstacles and hindrances abound. Purity of design can sometimes be achieved at high moments, but it is not always present. There are obstacles due to physical nature, heredity, environment, character, time, and circumstances, world, as well as individual karma. What then is to be done? I can only say one thing, namely, to persist in our own. Failure never means success is unattainable. Difficulties develop the strength of the soul. The secret to success is always to stand firm and be impersonal. The second requirement is detachment. The white magic worker should, as far as he can, remain free from identification with what he has created or is trying to create. The task of the aspirants is to cultivate the position of the silent observer. I would like to emphasize the word silent. A lot of real magical work was wasted due to the inability of the worker and the builder to remain silent in matter. With rash speech and excessive chatter, he kills what he is trying to create. The child of his thought is stillborn. All those working in the field of the world must realize the need for silent detachment, and the job facing the reader of these instructions is to cultivate detachment. This is a mental detachment that allows the thinker to always stay in a high secret place, so that from this center of peace and quiet, he can calmly and effectively carry out the work chosen for himself. He works in the human world. He loves, supports, and serves. He does not pay attention to his personal likes and dislikes, his prejudices and attachments. He stands like a rock of strength. He is like a strong hand that helps everyone in the dark to whom it touches. 560. Much has been written about attachment and the need to develop detachment. May I ask students, in view of the current pressing need, to stop reading and reflect on it and start practicing and demonstrating it? The third requirement is the absence of criticism. What can you say about him? Why is it considered so significant? Because criticism, analysis and the resulting isolation, is a characteristic feature of the mental types of people, as well as all coordinated personalities. Because criticism is a powerful lever for activating mental and emotional substance and thus a powerful effect on brain cells that translates into words. Because a sudden outburst of critical thought can galvanize and cause a powerful coordination of the entire personality, but not the one that is required, and possibly with disastrous consequences. Because criticism, being the ability of the lower mind, can bite and hurt, and no one is able to move along the path as long as he is able to inflict wounds and deliberately inflict pain. Because the work of white magic and the implementation of the hierarchical design is hindered by disagreements between inexperienced workers. The urgency of the current opportunity leaves no time for mutual criticism. Workers interfere with each other and interfere with work. 561. Currently, I am driven by a sense of urgency. I urge everyone reading these instructions to forget about their likes and dislikes and not pay attention to the personal differences that inevitably exist for them, as well as for everyone working on the physical plane as a person. I encourage workers to remember that we are living in a day of opportunity and that it has a timeline. This opportunity will not last forever. The pettiness of human friction, the inability to understand each other, petty transgressions rooted in the personality and, moreover, ephemeral ambitions and illusions, everything must go away. If workers practice detachment, knowing that the law is at work and God's purposes must come to an end, if they learn to never criticize by thought or word. Rule 14. The sound grows. A dangerous moment is approaching for the brave soul. The waters did not harm the white creator and can no longer drown or wet him. Now he is in danger from fire and heat, although the rising smoke is still barely visible. Let the magician again, after the cycle of rest, call on the solar angel. 565. Centers and prana. So, we can state that the closer the magician approaches the physical plane in his work, the more difficulties he encounters, regardless of whether it is a question of a solar angel engaged in the magical work of manifestation, or of an experienced worker of the plan. This is due to two reasons. An automatic response of dense physical matter to a substance, and one must always remember that a substance is a force. The dangers inherent in working with fires, or pranas, of the universe. They are dealt with by Rule 14. This rule can be interpreted in many ways. One can study the work of the solar angel when he approaches the dense physical plane in order to take embodiment, thereby reaching that critical stage in his creative work, when his threefold shell must inevitably come into contact with the material aspect. This is the stage when, expressing the truth in occult terms, the sheath is literally called upon to clothe and dissolve in the light of day. A spiritual person is first clothed in a mental, or fiery, sheath. Then he puts on a water mist, as in ancient times meant a great illusion. This term not only conveys the idea of possessing an astral, or water, body, but also shows the mind the effect that this body begins to exert on the hidden solar angel. The latter looks through fire and fog and sees a distorted reflection. He sees what is misleading. 566. In addition to shells of fire and fog, he dresses in the outer fabric of tightly interwoven currents of force. The latter constitute his etheric, or vital, body, similar to a web, or a network of tens of thousands of energy nadis, intertwined and forming in certain places of this energy body various focuses of power, of which the most important are 7 centers. But there are many such tricks. After the solar angel has acquired this vestment, the final stage begins when the solar fire and the fire of friction must come into contact with the 3 most ancient fires. These are the fires of dense physical objective matter, or those material energy units that we usually encompass with the words gaseous, liquid, and solid, a phrase that is meaningless and useful only insofar as it shows differentiation. These 3 ancient fires are an aspect of the friction fire. Now is the dangerous moment for the brave soul. This is the moment when the soul must join together the etheric body with the gaseous shell, which is the highest aspect of the dense physical shell, the instrument of material organic manifestation. You can also study this rule from the point of view of an initiate who learns to control forces and who, with the power of his thinking, was able to create a thought form. He clothed the thought form in an astral shell, or a shell of desire, consciously vitalized it with his energy, and is now trying to bring it into objective existence and send it to fulfill his plan and his intention. The critical moment in any creative work always comes at this stage. Now the vibrating subjective form must attract to itself the material that will clothe it in dense matter on the physical plane. This must be remembered, no matter what the magician tries to make objective. This applies equally to the creation of an organization, to a group, or to a society. It can refer to the materialization of money, or to the embodiment, or externalization, of an idea. The dangerous moment for the magician comes at this final stage. A point of subtle discernment has been reached, and the magician now has to advance with caution. Many good plans fail at this stage. 567. After all, a plan is an idea released in time and space to take shape and do its job. Many plans end in nothing because their creator, or the creative mind from which they proceed, does not understand this critical period. Here it is necessary to properly balance the forces so that neither too much nor too little energy is involved in the work. If too much energy is released through the medium of the vital body, a fire breaks out when the gaseous energy of the dense physical plane comes into contact with the vital etheric energy. In this case, the embryonic form is destroyed. If energy, or appropriate persistent attention, is lacking, if the magician's thought hesitates, then the idea ends in nothing. Then the baby is stillborn, and nothing is objectively manifested. It has a literal correspondence on the physical plane. Many babies are born dead for the very reason that the solar angel hesitates and is not sufficiently interested. Many wonderful ideas also fail to materialize, or to gain a stable, living existence in the light of day, because there is not enough energy to ignite a spark of living fire, which must always burn in the center of any form. So the danger is twofold, which should always burn at the center of any shape. So the danger is twofold, which should always burn at the center of any shape. So the danger is twofold. The danger of destruction by fire due to an excessive flow of energy and too fierce striving for the goal. The danger of death from lack of vitality and from the fact that the directed attention of the magician does not have adequate strength and duration to bring the form into being. According to occult law, energy follows thought. 568. We can study this rule from the point of view of an aspirant, learning to work with energy and the forces of nature, studying the nature and purpose of the vital body and acquiring the ability to control the life fires, or prana, of his own small system. It seems to me that for our particular purpose, it is precisely such a consideration that will be most useful. These instructions are intended for those who are definitely seeking to take the path of form-freeing and tries to prepare himself to work together with the Great White Lodge. They are trained in the first steps in magical work, and for them, therefore, an understanding of the fires and energies with which they have to work is of paramount importance. So we will confine ourselves to this phase of the great work and will not disassemble the work of the soul taking embodiment and manifesting itself objectively through form. Nor the work of initiates acting as creative magicians under the influence of group impulse and through an intellectual understanding of the evolutionary plan. These instructions are intended for practical use as well as teaching to those students who can read between the lines and who develop the ability to recognize the esoteric meaning hidden behind outer veils and exoteric forms. 569. We will now move on to the consideration of the pranas, and I would like to quote a few paragraphs from the Light of the Soul in which they are described. In Book 3, Sutra 39, we find that there are 5 aspects of prana, functioning through the etheric, or vital, body and forming the entire body as a whole. Prana is 5-fold in its manifestation and thus corresponds to 5 states of mind, that is, the 5th principle, and 5 modifications of this thinking principle. In the solar system, prana manifests itself as 5 great states of energy, which we call the planes and which are the mediators of consciousness. The 5 differentiations of prana in the human body are: prana is distributed from the nose to the heart and has a special relationship to the mouth and speech, to the heart and lungs. Samana, distributed from the heart to the solar plexus. It deals with the food and nourishment of the body through food and drink and has a special relation to the stomach. Apana, which controls the area from the solar plexus to the soles of the feet, it deals with the organs of excretion, reproduction, thus having a special relation to them. Udana is found in the area between the nose and the crown of the head. It has a special relation to the brain, nose, and eyes and, when properly controlled, coordinates and controls the vital fluids. Vyana is a term applied to the general aggregate of pranic energy evenly distributed throughout the body. Its instruments are thousands of nadis, or nerves located in the body, and it has a special distinct connection with the blood vessels, veins. pp. 329 to 330. The etheric body is a force, or vital body, and it permeates every particle of the dense conductor. It is the underlying, the true substance of the physical body. In accordance with what is the nature of the force that animates the etheric body, what is the activity of this force in the etheric body, what is the degree of vivacity or lethargy of its most important parts, centers along the spine, so will the activity of the physical body. Similarly and symbolically, in accordance with the usefulness of the respiratory apparatus, what is the ability of this apparatus to oxidize and purify blood, such will be the health, or the coherence of the work of the organs of the dense physical body. pp. 218 to 219. 570. It also states that the forces that form the vital body, or the various pranas from which it is constructed, emanate a. from the planetary aura. In this case, it is planetary prana and therefore is mainly associated with the spleen and determines the health of the physical body. B. From the astral world through the astral body. In this case, it will be a purely kamic force, a force of desire, and will act mainly on the centers located below the diaphragm. C. From the universal mind, or manasic force. It will be mainly thought power and will go to the throat center. D. From the ego itself, stimulating mainly the head and heart centers. p. 220. We also read that most people receive strength only from the physical and astral planes, but students also receive strength from the mental and egoic levels. Finally we read, the student can be helped by the realization that correct control of prana includes the recognition of the fact that energy is the total sum of existence and manifestation, and that the three lower bodies are energy bodies, each of which forms a conduit for a higher type of energy, being also a transmitter of its own energies. Plan. The energies of the lower man are the energies of the third aspect, the Holy Spirit asterisk, or aspect of Brahma. The energy of the spiritual man is the energy of the second aspect, the power of Christ, or Buddhai. The goal of evolution in the human family is the full manifestation of the power of Christ, the principle of Buddhai, on the physical plane through the use of the lower triple sheath. p. 227. This gives a general picture of the subject of our discussion and reveals the basic facts on which all our thinking should be based. Therefore, upon studying the above, it becomes evident that the aspirant must do three things. First, he needs to study the nature of the energies, or pranas, that led his magical creation, the physical body, to manifestation and maintain it in such a state that the aspirant is able or not able to quickly and effectively fulfill the spiritual task of his soul. This lesson includes 571. A. Gaining knowledge of the forces that dominate in his life and, apparently, determine his actions. In this way he gets an idea of which centers of his etheric body are awakened and which are dormant. This must be understood by all aspirants before they can actually begin to prepare for discipleship. B. Awareness of the connection between the forces of nature, which he appropriated for his own use and which form the totality of his personal mental, feeling, and vital energies, and the same forces, but existing in the natural world and governing the manifestation of the macro-cosm. C. Learning to intelligently work with these energies in order to achieve three results. Harmonious cooperation with your own solar angel so that the solar power can impose its rhythm on the lunar forces. consciously responding to the group and joining the group of world servers who, using the power of their thinking, constantly direct the forces of nature, thus leading the entire created complex forward towards the fulfillment of divine intent. Formation on the physical plane of a personality corresponding to his creative task and suitable for those types of activities initiated by the mind that will allow her to successfully promote the work of directing agents. Secondly, to learn to live as a soul and, therefore, to free oneself from identification with bodily nature. This leads to 3 points. 572. A. The ability to remove consciousness into the head in order to direct the life of the personal I from this high place. B. The ability to conduct through the various centers of the body the universal forces and energies necessary for world work. It is necessary to learn to do this consciously, clearly realizing the source from which they come, the way of their activity and the purpose for which they should be used. This includes understanding which force is associated with which center. This therefore also includes the need to open the centers, activate them and harmonize them in a general rhythm. C. The acquisition, as a result of all these achievements, of the ability to work at will through any center. This is possible only if the soul has become the ruler, seated on the throne between the eyebrows, and if the Kundalini fire was, as it is occultly said, raised. This fire must pass along the spine, burning its way through the ethereal partitions separating the centers in the golden rod of power. Third, to learn to observe the effect on others of any energy that he may express through his personality or, if he is an initiate and therefore a conscious worker of the plan, to apply and transmit which may be his privilege. By thoughtfully studying his own influence on his fellows, living among them, thinking, talking or acting, he understands the nature of the type of force that can flow through him. So he can come to an understanding of her type, quality, power, and speed. These 4 words require reflection and clarification. 573. A. The type of force used by the aspirant will indicate to him the source that radiates it, and its study will begin to give him an idea of the essence from which it emanates. This knowledge will give an answer to the question, through which energy channel does this force come and to which ray does it belong? Close monitoring of this aspect of the work will soon show the aspirant on what plan he himself works, the nature of his ray, egoi and personal. For only an initiate of the 3rd degree is able to recognize his monadic ray, a specific tattwa that can be involved, the center through which he transfers this power. So it is obvious that the study of the types of energy is of practical use and does not leave any part of the aspirant's nature unaffected. Think about the lessons that a person can learn by channeling energy, used, for example, in conversation, into deep study of the inner ruler and, after all the conversations or engagement in the daily hustle and bustle, asking himself the question, what type of energy did I use in my speech today? What strength have I expended in communicating with my comrades? Are you asking for an illustration? I will try to do this and clarify what is often considered incomprehensible and difficult. Have the student ask himself if his mental attitude was, whether the words he said on a particular occasion were motivated by a desire to impose his will on the listeners. Imposing your will can be either right or wrong. If it is correct, it means that he speaks under the influence of the impulse of his spiritual will, that his words correspond to the plan and intention of the soul and are governed by love, therefore, they are constructive, helping and healing. His position is that of detachment, and he has no desire to subdue his brother's mind. However, if his words are caused by willfulness and a desire to impose his ideas to others in order to shine in their presence or force them to agree with his conclusions, then his method is destructive, suppressive, aggressive, controversial, violent, rude or annoying, depending on the tendencies and inclinations of his personality. Such an analysis will indicate a right or wrong use of the power of the first ray. 574. If the type of power he is displaying is of the second ray, he too can make a similar analysis. Then he will find that his actions are based either on feelings of group love, the desire to serve and compassion, or on the selfish desire to be loved, on sentimentality and affection. His words will show him this, if only he carefully examines them. If he uses the power of the third ray in personal manner, then he is insincere in his proposals, cunning and evasive in his arguments, cunning in his relations with comrades or intervening in other people's affairs, spreading vigorous activity in the world, directing the lives of other people. Or so tightly seizes the reins of government in his own selfish interests that sacrifices everyone and everything to advance their own vain goals. If he is a true disciple and aspirant, he works with the plan and uses the power of the third ray to embody the love-based designs of the spiritual reality. He is actively busy, his words bring truth and help to others, as they are impartial and truthful. Use of hands. When discussing strength management techniques, it is helpful to provide some information on the use of hands in this work. One of the masters said, "Only with an armed hand, ready to win or perish, can a modern mystic hope to achieve his goal." I would like to say a few words about the hands, since these words contain more occult meaning than is seen on the surface. 575. In one of the ancient books for the instruction of disciples, there are these words. The armed hand is an empty hand, it protects its master from the accusations of his enemies. This is a hand free from four symbolic evils, gold, lust, a dagger, and the temptation to tempt. This is the primary importance of the word, and it would be good to briefly examine the types and qualities of hands that are characteristic of students. In all types of esoteric learning, hands play a huge role, and this is so for four reasons. They are symbols of acquisition. They are centers of power. They wield a sword. When used unselfishly, they a. Healing tools. B. The means by which some keys are turned. Considering hands as symbols of acquisition, it should be remembered that the average person uses them to grasp and hold, to acquire what a person wants for himself, to satisfy his egoistic desire. The spiritual man still has the symbols of acquisition, but he obtains only what is required to help the group, after which he immediately gives the acquired. The initiate holds nothing for himself. The savior of the race can use everything that is stored in the divine treasury, but not for himself, but for those whom he is trying to help. 576. As centers of power, the hands play the most important, but so far little understood role. It is an occult fact that the disciple's hands, after he has learned to acquire by providing selfless group work, become transmitters of spiritual energy. The laying on of hands, or laying on of hands, is not an empty phrase and does not refer exclusively to the actions of the clergy of any denomination. The occult laying on of hands can be studied in four ways. Healing. In this case, the force flowing through the hands comes from a dual source and through two etheric centers, the splenic and heart. When stimulating a center, the energy consumed in this case comes from the center at the base of the spine and the throat center, and the stimulation must be accompanied by appropriate words. In the work of connecting a person with his ego, the force used in this case must be derived from three etheric centers, the solar plexus center, the heart center, and the center between the eyebrows. In group work, in this case, the energy emanating from the ego through the head center, the throat center and the center at the base of the spine is applied. Thus, it becomes obvious that the science of hands is a true science, and that the student must study the nature of forces in various centers, learn to transfer and combine these forces and then, by a volitional act, bring them out through the chakras on the hands. Hands do their work either directly, that is, emitting an even stream, previously connected from various energies, or indirectly, that is, by manipulation. Thanks to the knowledge of the law, the student can not only use the stream flowing through the centers of his own body, but is also able to connect it with the planetary or cosmic stream in his environment. This is often done unconsciously by speakers who magnetically help themselves with their hands. In this case, the clairvoyant can observe amazing effects, if such work is done deliberately. 577. In this regard, it must be remembered that this subject is extremely difficult and that some ray forces pass along the line of least resistance from left to right, while others, from right to left. Some centers transmit their energies through the right hand, others through the left. Therefore, extensive knowledge is required to work scientifically. I do not have time for a detailed analysis of the meaning of the hands wielding a sword. I will only emphasize that the sword as a symbol means a lot. A sharpened double-edged sword is a symbol of that discriminating ability that cuts to the roots the existence of Akila, separating the real and true from the false and transient. It is acted upon by the ego from the mental plane and is spoken of as a sword of hardened blued steel. The sword of self-denial, or that double-edged axe, with which the Kila voluntarily cuts off everything that, as he believes, can prevent him from reaching his goal. It applies primarily to the obstacles of the physical plane. The sword of the spirit, the weapon that the student has in his hands, cuts off the obstacles that stand in the way of group progress before the eyes of the group he serves. Only those who have trained their hands with other swords work safely with it, and in the hands of the initiate he is the most powerful factor. 578. The ancient commentary, to which we frequently refer, states, the sword is needed to transmit fire. When the power of the inner man connects with the energy transmitted through the chakras of the palms, it travels along the sparkling blade and merges with the power of the one who is all. This is how the plan is being fulfilled. Here we can add that in this way the energy of the unit grows by the force of the greater whole. Occult books, including the Secret Doctrine, state that all initiates must be healers and that consequently all initiates use the palms of their hands in the work of healing. Therefore, only those who have mastered the sword dare to put down the sword and stand up with empty hands raised in blessing. Only the armed hand can be safely used in the work of salvation. Only those who took the kingdom of heaven by force and who are occultly known as the desperate can use the heavenly possessions in the work of healing. This must be learned carefully. Real healing power can only flow through those who are in some way either directly, by the right of an initiate or an advanced disciple, or indirectly, when it is used internally by some adept or advanced healer, associated with the hierarchy. A person needs to know their status before they can properly heal. This does not apply to those healers who are unconscious workers, powerful transmitters of prana, or solar vitality. Their name is Legion. They do a lot of good, even if sometimes the energy they transmit goes to the wrong stimulation. As for using the hands to turn the keys, I'll just give you a hint. The hands are able to turn the key in the door of initiation only when the art of the centers has been studied. The meaning of the hands in ministry is mastered, when the hands have mastered the swords and the 4 positions of the hands in group ministry have been mastered. 579. Therefore, investigate the type of strength that you usually display, find out through which channel of ray energy it flows. This way you will come to real knowledge of yourself and your inner abilities. And also determine what types of energy you may lack and how you can properly expand your equipment. B. The quality of the force applied inevitably depends on the ray from which it emanates. You are asking to clarify the difference between the words type and quality. I would say that the type of force indicates the aspect of life, while the quality indicates the aspect of consciousness, and both are aspects of that essence or being that is the embodiment of the ray. The type manifests itself mainly through what should be called dynamic orientation, through its ability to produce a result. It must naturally be accompanied by the right quality and skillful action. Quality is more expressed in its ability to attract. Quality has more of a magnetic aspect to it than type. The student can learn the quality of the force he uses by observing what he attracts to himself. This applies both to circumstances and people, and to the reactions of people to what the student says or does. The aspect of will prevails in the type. The quality is mainly the aspect of desire. Quite right. C. The power of a particular force leads us again to the rule under study, since it contains the factor of unshakable persistence, and we were previously convinced that the vital functioning, the activity of any form depends on how persistently its creator focuses on it. Energy can be directed either dynamically or continuously, and the results of both methods of applying energy are different. One is used primarily in the work of destruction, is the dynamic method. There are, for example, certain dynamic words of power that, when used by creative destroyers, lead to the destruction of forms. However, the aspirants have nothing to do with them. An important task for them is to understand the meaning of perseverance and power. It is literally persistence in time and power. It is, above all else, the ability to persevere, to hold on to the end, to stand firm, to move forward uncontrollably. Therefore, study in the most careful way the dynamic types, the magnetic quality and the enduring power of those forces that make up your equipment. When you are capable of action, destructive or constructive, selfish or unselfish, in accordance with the universal plan or with the egoistic personality plan, then you are working consciously and knowingly walking the right or left path. 580. G. Speed. Strength used depends on the three previous factors. Speed in this context is essentially irrelevant to time, although it is difficult to find another word instead of speed. It belongs to the world of effects emanating from the world of causes. Perhaps, it has an essential relation to truth, because the more correct the impulse and the clearer the understanding of the subjective goal, the sooner the correct direction and force will automatically follow. Probably, the word speed would be better translated as correct direction, since where there is the right direction, true orientation, accurate understanding of the design and recognition of the type of required force, the result immediately appears. When the soul acquires the desired quality and possesses the power of the timeless and the tenacity of the one who exists from the beginning, the process of manifestation of force and the connection between cause and effect occurs spontaneously and simultaneously, not sequentially. This is hardly understandable to those who do not yet possess the consciousness of the eternal now. However, such a spontaneous instant result is the key to all magical work, and in these four words, type, quality, power, and speed, the essence of the white magician's work is conveyed. I am not allowed to say more, I am not allowed to speak more clearly. So far, only a few are ready to become magicians, and only a few, probably fortunately, have already awakened all 7 centers, so that they are able to work freely on 7 planes with 7 types of 7-ray energies. However, such a spontaneous instant result is the key to all magical work, and in these 4 words, type, quality, power, and speed, the essence of the white magician's work is conveyed. I am not allowed to say more, I am not allowed to speak more clearly. So far, only a few are ready to become magicians, and only a few, probably fortunately, have already awakened all 7 centers, so that they are able to work freely on 7 planes with 7 types of 7-ray energies. However, such a spontaneous instant result is the key to all magical work, and in these 4 words, type, quality, power, and speed, the essence of the white magician's work is conveyed. I am not allowed to say more, I am not allowed to speak more clearly. So far, only a few are ready to become magicians, and only a few, probably fortunately, have already awakened all 7 centers, so that they are able to work freely on 7 planes with 7 types of 7-ray energies. 581. I want to emphasize that these 4 aspects of energy can be explored by the aspirant in his own nature. There is no doubt that on the physical plane he is in some way an initiating cause, and when he works with these energies, they evoke a response and reaction from those who feel their influence and demonstrate the result of this influence. So it becomes obvious that we work and live in a world of strength, right? We do not need distant lands or special conditions to live, study and work, since we are everywhere in the world of strength and energy. We ourselves are made up of power or energy units. We, knowing it or not knowing it, manipulate force 24 hours a day. The field of our occult training is the field of the whole world, the world of our particular circumstances in our environment. Paving the way. 582. In our study of Rule 14 we have found that in magical work the aspirant has now reached a critical point of objectivity. He tries to become a magical creator and does 2 things. Transform your instrument, or contact mechanism, so that the solar angel has a vehicle suitable for expressing reality. This, as we have found, implies having the right type, quality, power, and speed. To construct such auxiliary forms of expression in the external world, through which the embodied energy, flowing through the transformed shells, could serve the world. In the first case, the aspirant deals with himself, working within himself, learning, thereby, to know himself, to change himself and to rebuild his aspect of form. In the second, he learns to serve the race and to construct forms of expression that would embody new ideas, principles, and concepts designed to guide and accelerate our racial progress. Remember that no one can become a disciple as the master understands this word unless he is a pioneer. To become a disciple, it is not enough to respond to spiritual truth, be inspired by progressive ideals, and internally agree with the truths of the new age. If that were enough, the number of students would quickly grow, which, unfortunately, is not the case. It is the ability to be aware of what humanity has yet to realize that characterizes the aspirant who is on the verge of being accepted as a disciple. It is the ability, developed in the harsh tests of inner experience, to see the immediate future and comprehend the concepts in which the mind must inevitably clothe the perceived, which gives a person the right to become a recognized worker of the plan, recognized by the great, if not recognized by the world. It is the achievement of such a spiritual orientation, which is held steadily, whatever the external excitement in the life of the physical plane, shows that who observes and selects workers, that a person can be entrusted with any small aspect of their work. It is the ability to place one's personal lower self in a subordinate position, ignoring it in the matter of world service, carried out under the influence of the impulse of the soul, that raises a person from the ranks of aspiring mystics into the ranks of practical, albeit mystically thinking, occultists. 583. We are doing purely practical work. This work takes all the attention and time of a person, even all his thinking, and leads him to effective personal expression, taking into account karmic limitations and inherited tendencies, and sustainable implementation of creative magical activity. Discipleship is a synthesis of hard work, intellectual disclosure, unshakable aspiration and spiritual orientation, plus the acquisition of the so far rare ability of positive harmlessness and the opening of an eye through which, at will, the student enters the world of reality. Some considerations must be taken into account by the student. We will list them for clarity. To become an adept, a student must find the way, follow the inner impulses of the soul, take no worldly considerations into account, live a life that is an example to others. These 4 requirements may seem easy at first superficial reading, but upon careful study it becomes obvious why the adept is the rare flower of a whole generation of truth seekers. Let's take a look at each of the 4 points. 1. Finding the way. One of the masters said that a whole generation of aspirants to cognize is capable of producing only one adept. Why is this so? For 2 reasons. First, a true explorer is one who uses the wisdom of his generation, who is one of the best representatives of his period and yet remains dissatisfied, prompted by an inner indomitable craving for wisdom. He feels that there is something more important than knowledge, more significant than the accumulated experience of his time. He sees a step further. He tries to do it in order to acquire something more and add this new to what has already been achieved by his contemporaries. Nothing satisfies him until he finds the way. Nothing can satisfy his most cherished desire, except that which is in the Father's house. He became who he is because he tried all the lesser paths and realized their insufficiency. He believed many mentors only to discover that they are blind guides of the blind. He has no choice but to become his own mentor and single-handedly find their own way home. In loneliness, which is the lot of every true disciple, that self-knowledge and that self-confidence are born, which, in turn, will allow him to become a teacher. This loneliness is due not to any spirit of isolation, but to the conditions of the path itself. Aspirants should be deeply aware of this distinction. 584. Secondly, a true aspirant is one whose rare courage allows him to keep upright and utter his own clear note in the midst of the world's turmoil. He is the one who has a trained eye to see the center of calm behind the mists and miasms of the earth, which rises above everything that happens on earth, and has a trained sensitive ear, which, discerning the whisper of the voice of silence, became responsive to this high vibration and therefore deaf to all the lesser enticing voices. And this also leads to the loneliness and alienation that all less developed souls feel when they are in the presence of those who are pushing their way forward. The paradox of the situation is that the student is told to seek the path, but no one can show him this path. Those who know the path cannot clarify, knowing that the aspirant himself makes the path, just as a spider pulls its web from the center of its own being. So, in each generation, only those souls blossom into adepts who single-handedly trampled down the berries in a winepress for God's wrath, or, in other words, worked out their karma on their own and consciously took up the task of paving the way. 585. 2. Follow the inner impulses of the soul. The instructors of the race teach the budding initiate to practice discernment and assist him in this difficult endeavor so that he may learn to discern A. Instinct from intuition. B. The higher mind from the lower. C. Desire from a spiritual impulse. D. Egoistic striving from a divine motive. E. The impulse emanating from the lunar lords, from the growing influence of the solar sovereign. It is not easy and unpleasant to look into ourselves and discover that, perhaps, even our service and our ardent desire to study and work, fundamentally selfish in origin, are based on the desire for liberation or on aversion to the routine of daily duties. Anyone who tries to follow the impulses of the soul must cultivate an accuracy of judgment and sincerity with himself, which is really rare in our time. Let him say to himself, for the sake of my own I must be truthful, and in the innermost minutes of his life, in the depths of his own meditation, let him not justify a single shortcoming, not excuse himself for a single trifle. Let him learn to analyze his own words, actions, and motives and call things by their true names. Only in this way will he learn spiritual discernment and learn to discern the truth in everything. 3. Do not take into account any considerations dictated by worldly practicality and expediency. If the aspirant is to cultivate the ability to walk alone, if he is to develop the habit of being truthful in everything, then so must he cultivate courage. He will have to, and quite often, stand firmly against public opinion, against the best expression of this opinion. He must learn to do the right thing, as he sees and knows, regardless of the opinion of the greatest and most quoted authorities. He must depend on himself and on the conclusions that he himself comes to in moments of spiritual communication and enlightenment. This is where many aspirants fail. They are not do what they think is best, they fail to do everything as the inner voice tells them, they leave undone some of the things they were going to do in the moments of meditation, they do not speak the words that their spiritual mentor, their I, prompts them to say. It is the sum of unworked little things that determines major failures. 586. There are no trifles in the life of a student, and an unsaid word or an unfulfilled action may be the reason why he will not be admitted to initiation. 4. Live a life that is an example to others. Do I need to spread about this? It seems that this is superfluous, but nevertheless, here, too, many fail. What is group ministry? Just life as an example. The best exponent of the ageless wisdom is the disciple who lives every day where fate has placed him, he does not seek where he thinks he should live. Probably, in the end, the quality that causes the most failure in an aspirant to become an adept is cowardice. People miss the opportunity to do good where they live because they find some reason that makes them think they are worthy to be somewhere else. People, practically not realizing it, run away from difficulties, from inharmonious conditions, from where there are problems, from circumstances that call for high action, which are intended to bring out the best that is in a person, provided that he does not refuse them. People run away from themselves and from others, instead of just live your life. 587. The adept does not utter a word that can hurt, or injure. Consequently, he learned the meaning of speech in the midst of the hustle and bustle of life. He does not waste time feeling sorry for himself or self-justification, because he knows that the law has placed him where he is and where he can best serve, and he understands that difficulties are always caused by the person himself, that they are the result of him. Own mental position. If the urge to justify himself arises, he recognizes it as a temptation to be avoided. He understands that every word spoken, every action taken, every look or thought has a positive or negative impact on the group. Based on this, isn't it obvious why so few reach the goal and so many fail? The awakening of the centers. Speaking in a more technical language and, therefore, justifying the use of the word instruction in relation to this treatise for aspirants and students. It should be carefully learned that the main task of the aspirant is to master the energies both in himself and in the world of physical phenomena and externalization. This includes realizing the fact that energy centers exist and how they are awakened. However, awareness must come first, and awakening occurs much later. Awakening takes place in two stages. 588. The first is the stage in which, through the practice of disciplining oneself and through the purification of thinking, the seven centers are automatically brought into the correct state of rhythm, vitality, and vibrational activity. There is no danger at this stage, since the aspirant is not allowed to direct stimulating thoughts towards the centers. By this I mean that he is not allowed to concentrate his mind on any centers, he is not allowed to try to awaken or energize them. He must be occupied with the problem of cleansing the bodies in which the centers are located. This applies mainly to the astral, etheric, and physical bodies. And he must always remember that the endocrine system and in particular the seven main glands are effective externalizations of the seven main centers. At this stage the aspirant works around the centers, dealing with the matter around them, with the living substance around them. This is all that most can now safely do. It is at this stage that many aspirants are currently working, and so they will have to work for a long time. The second is the stage at which the centers, through effective work in the first stage, are liberated within the prison. As it is esoterically called, they can now become the object, under the proper guidance of a mentor, of certain methods of awakening and activation, methods differing according to the personality and ego rays of the aspirant. Hence the difficulty of presenting this subject and the impossibility of giving uniform rules for all. 589. It is interesting to note here, although this does not apply to the question of personal preparation, that this method, including at first a long period of purification and later scientific energizing, is also applied by the guiding hierarchy behind world affairs. She tirelessly works on the purification of world matter, on the purification of the world on a full scale. This is the first stage of work, and it became possible only after man has become a more thinking entity over the past few centuries. Purification is now taking place in all areas of human existence, since humanity, at least 3/5 of it, is now on the path of test. Through the welfare and development movements and through the widespread use of sanitation and hygiene, work on the physical plane is advancing, through abusive political upheavals, through economic discontent, which, after all, is the desire to change what is undesirable in order to provide the human unit with living conditions conducive to the development of thinking, and then, the establishment of control by the soul through the preaching and efforts of many organizations and groups around the world. Feeding the minds of people with what can be symbolically called trust in heaven, using the word heaven as a symbol of perfection and purity, the work of this stage is steadily moving forward. It is so successful that now the dirt and impurity that surrounds the world soul and restrain humanity from its true expression are recognized, and, as a result, there has been a steady striving for improvement. Everything is brought to the surface, and to those who only see what is on the surface, the results seem terrifying and uncontrollable. However, deep down there is a powerful stream of purity and truth. The evidence of the success of the world movement towards pure life and the destruction of obstacles is that the work of the second stage has already begun. For the first time in world history, the hierarchy is now able to work directly with the centers in the body of humanity. The formation of a new group of world servers is evident, which in their totality throughout the world form the heart center and the center between the eyebrows of the etheric body of humanity. Through the first, an influx of spiritual life can begin to revitalize all centers. Through the second, one can perceive the plan, feel and cognize the inner worlds. Here I would like to emphasize two more circumstances, and thus clarify the whole situation. There is a great deal of confusion about the centers and many erroneous teachings that are confusing and causing great misunderstanding. 590. First, I would like to emphasize that in no case should one undertake such work as awakening the centers if the aspirant knows about the concrete facts of the manifestation of impurity in his life or if his physical body is in a weak or sick state. It cannot be taken up even if the pressure of external circumstances is such that there is no place or opportunity for calm, uninterrupted work. It is essential that for direct, focused work on the centers, it is possible to spend hours in quiet seclusion with the assurance that you will not be disturbed. The presence of this condition cannot be overestimated, and I emphasize this point in such a way as to show the impatient student that at the present time in our history, few people have access to such solitude. However, this is the most favorable circumstance, which is absolutely not to be regretted. Only 1 out of 1,000 aspirants is at a stage when it is time for him to start working with the energy of his centers, and, perhaps, even such an assessment is too optimistic. It is much better if the aspirant serves, loves, works, and disciplines himself, allowing his centers to develop and open more slowly, and therefore safer. They will inevitably open, and the slower and safer the opening method, in the vast majority of cases, the faster it is. Premature disclosure is a waste of time and often brings with it the seeds of a protracted crisis. If the aspirant serves, loves, works, disciplines himself, allowing his centers to develop and open more slowly, and therefore more safely, they will inevitably open, and the slower and safer the opening method, in the vast majority of cases, the faster it is. Premature disclosure is a waste of time and often brings with it the seeds of a protracted crisis. If the aspirant serves, loves, works, disciplines himself, allowing his centers to develop and open more slowly, and therefore more safely, they will inevitably open, and the slower and safer the opening method, in the vast majority of cases, the faster it is. Premature disclosure is a waste of time and often brings with it the seeds of a protracted crisis. Overexcitation of brain cells is inevitably one of the results of the union of the fires circulating in the human body by an act of will. Such stimulation can lead to madness and decay of the cellular structure of the brain, and excessive activity of cellular life can cause internal friction between cells, which will manifest itself in the form of brain tumors and abscesses. Relentless warnings about these dangers cannot be redundant. The purpose of all Laya Yoga work, or work with centers, is that the energy of the cells that form the body, or the aspect of matter, which in the secret doctrine and treatise on cosmic fire called the fire of friction, must unite with the fire of consciousness. The latter is the energy present in matter, but different from the fire of matter itself. It forms the basis of the entire nervous system and thus creates sensitivity and awareness. It elicits a response to contact and, as is well known, provides the ability to register and remember impressions. This fire is technically called solar fire, and when it combines with the fire of matter and the electric fire of the supreme divine aspect, the human being comes to full manifestation and the great work is completed. But this is the most dangerous enterprise if it is initiated before the mechanism is ready for it. 591. Such a triple connection can only be safely carried out by a highly organized, aligned personality, a person who has achieved the ability to focus his attention in the head in order to direct the process of merging from this high point. This implies the ability to remove consciousness literally into the etheric body, while maintaining, quite consciously, the point of contact in the head and from this point controlling the automaton, the physical body. If successful, this presupposes the attainment of certain etheric states in the body. One of these is the process of burning through, or destroying, partially or completely, any obstacles along the spine that could prevent the free rise of fire from the base of the spine. This fire is usually called the Kundalini fire, which is kept still, hidden. Potential state at the lowest center. This is a sleeping snake that must rise and straighten. Each center of the spine is separated from the higher and lower centers by protective partitions, consisting of a wonderful interweaving of etheric and gaseous substances. These partitions must burn out and dissipate before free movement of body lights can take place. The entire network of nadis and centers is the basis and counterpart of the subtle matter of the nervous and endocrine systems. Therefore, if you think soberly, the need for extreme caution becomes obvious, since there will be a direct impact on the external apparatus, and this, in turn, will undoubtedly influence what psychologists call behavior. There are 4 such interwoven circular septa located between the 5 centers of the spinal column as follows: and 3 septa are in the head. These 3 share a head. 592. Their intersection is very reminiscent of the cross on the national flag of Great Britain, which has always had an esoteric meaning for the student, showing the point of racial evolution. The cross in the head separates the ajna center, the center between the eyebrows, from the head center, since it is located behind this center in the forehead and at the same time forms a protective shield between the ajna center and the throat center. Such etheric partitions are in reality discs rotating at certain speeds, different for different centers and corresponding to the point of evolution of each system of centers. Only when these partitions are burned by upward and downward lights can one really see the real centers. Many clairvoyants confuse centers with their protective counterparts, since the latter have their own radiance and light. As life reaches an ever higher vibration frequency through purification and discipline, the soul fire, which literally represents the fire of the mind, stimulates the centers to raise their vibrations as well, and such increased activity begins to influence the protective partitions, or pranic energy discs, located on both sides of the centers. As a result of such an impact, the partitions gradually wear out and, over time, perforate in many places, if I have the right to use such an inadequate expression. Many aspirants are convinced that they have raised the Kundalini fire from the base of the spine and are progressing rapidly, while all that they have been able to do is burn or rub the septum in one place or another of the spine. A burning sensation or pain in any part of the spine, if not due to physiological reasons, is explained in most cases by a puncture in one or the other of the septa due to the activity of the centers associated with them. 593. This happens very often in women due to the activity of the solar plexus center and in men due to the activity of the sacral center. Both of these centers, as a result of evolutionary development, are extremely active and highly organized, as they are expressions of the physical creative nature and the emotional body. Therefore, the sensation of burning and pain in the back usually serves as an indicator of excessive activity of the center, causing the destruction of the protective apparatus, and is not an indicator of actual spiritual opening and high status. This may indicate the latter, but it should be remembered that where there is true spiritual growth, pain and danger in this regard are practically excluded. There is a lot of idle talk about the raising of the Kundalini fire and a lot of misunderstanding about it. I want to assure you that raising this fire is the most difficult thing that can be accomplished only by a special volitional act, thanks to the intense mental focus and concentrated attention of a person who controls from the throne of consciousness in the head. The Masonic tradition conveys this teaching in the Great Ascension ritual of the Great Master Mason. Only after the combined 5-step effort, only after repeated failures, the vitalizing life spreads throughout the body, and the true man is born.